Good morning, members. The House is resumed for the extended sitting. I call on government orders of the day, numbers 1 to 3.
Te Here Anuku Nelson Trent Bill Committee Stage. Climate Change Response Tort Liability Amendment Bill Committee Stage. Oranga Tamariki Responding to Serious Youth Offending Amendment Bill Committee Stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills. We'll just
Good morning.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I believe I need to take this one question already.
Good morning, members. The House is in committee on the Te Here Anuku 10th Trust Bill, the Climate Change Responsibility Tort Liability Amendment Bill, and the Oranga Tamariki Responding to Serious Youth Offending Amendment Bill. We come first to Te Here Anuku Nelson's 10th Bill, and we begin with debate on the preamble. The question is that the preamble stand part.
Chair.
Point of order, Suze Redmayne.
I seek leave for all provisions to be taken as one question.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There is no objection. Oh, sorry.
No,
No, it was a wave. The question is that the preamble, parts 1 to 6 and clauses 1 and 2 stand part. The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to carry this matter through the House. We have tabled one minor amendment since the Finance and Expenditure Committee provided its report back to the House on the 29th of July. A minor but important matter of clarification was identified that requires a bit of an amendment to the bill, and I'm tabling that amendment with the clerk. I think I've seen it just up there. That provides clarity for the Department of Conservation, Te Here Anuku Trust, in relation to the liability in the event of a fire. An inconsistency in drafting was identified that left open the possibility that the Department of Conservation, Te Papatawai, may be liable for a fire on a reserve that any other entity administers. Sometimes reserves are administered by different management organisations. And this amendment to Clause 98 clarifies that the actions of all the groups or other persons that are referred to are intended to be the responsibility of either the Department of Conservation, Te Papatawai, or the other entity. The amendment is minor, does not change the intent of relevant clauses regarding liability.
Mr. Chair.
Rachel Boyd.
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify before I begin that we are indeed taking this bill through as one part rather than in...
Yes,
yes, great.
Correct.
So
yes.
I am going to, I guess, deviate a little bit from our usual practice on this side of going through clause by clause and actually jumping around a bit. So forgive me in advance for that, but I will be clear where I am raising questions for the Minister. And I want to begin, Mr. Chair, by looking to part 3 around the Te Here Anuku National Park land. And I am just interested in having some dialogue with the Minister on this particular part of the bill. The reason for that, Mr. Chair, is that under this part, and it is just taking the part as a whole, under this part, parts of the Able Tasman National Park will be transferred to Te Here Anuku Trust, and not the entire park, but part of the park. And my understanding is that there will be an arrangement in place for 25 years in terms of the management of the park, and that for those members of the public who use the park, nothing should change for how they access the park or use the park. It will be a seamless change, and that towards the end of that 25 years there will be a review of how that continues to operate. So I'm interested in I've got some questions for the Minister on that as to what the public can expect in terms of how things continue to operate, how that review will take place, when it will take place. But before that, just the principles in law that this land has actually always been owned by the Trust. There is some commentary in the public where members of the public and others have stated that this is land that has been gifted to the Trust. It's my understanding that the court processes were very clear that this land has always been owned by the Trust, and that the Crown in its role has inaccurately had ownership of it. Not intentionally necessarily, there's nothing legal that's happened from the Crown's actions, but this isn't a matter of the Crown gifting land to the Trust, it's a matter of the land has always been owned by the Trust. So I think it would be helpful for the Hansard and for the public paying attention to this morning's debate just to have some clarity from the Minister on the legal status of that land, and then also what the public can expect from how the land will operate, and then any commentary the Minister can make around how that review will occur before that 25-year period. So 3 parts to my question as the beginning. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Venetia Walters.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and it is really a privilege, as I've said before in the earlier 2 readings, to be able to speak at Committee of the Whole in relation to this bill. This is a very historic moment, Mr Chair, and so I did want to make some opening remarks and then, of course, a few specific questions for the Minister as well. This isn't an ordinary piece of legislation, Mr Speaker. It is the result of what by any measure is one of the longest running legal disputes in our country, a promise of land essentially made in the 1840s that was almost immediately broken, and now 180 years later it has been put right. And while we are speaking about a bill, so legislation today to give effect to some of the agreement, the totality of the agreement itself and this bill can't be separated. The 2 sit side by side, and I appreciate the initial question from my colleague Rachel Boyack, who's just asked for the Hansard to record that the land is not being returned. This is not a Waitangi Tribunal settlement. This is a trust law contract case, which really does put it in a unique place in our history. And there were a number of points within the settlement itself that I think are useful to note, and I would appreciate if the Minister would be able to acknowledge those things as well. So the finding that the Crown as a fiduciary had a strict duty that it owed, a single-minded duty to protect that land, I think is worth noting for the record, and that high duty meant that the Crown's behaviour was very likely to breach that duty over the period of the years since that duty was assumed, and to my view that also justifies the final payment as well as the return of the land that was made to those beneficiaries of the trust. I also thought it was an interesting point of law that the courts found the birth of the Crown's fiduciary duty was the direct legal consequence of the extinguishment of customary Indigenous title. That is new for New Zealand law, but it's not new for global law in this area, that finding lent on a finding by Canadian courts as well. But again, I think it would be useful if the Minister recognised some of the unique factors in the broader settlement. The rule against perpetuities not applying is another one, and that's something that I'll refer to later as we walk through the legislation. If I move to the specific clauses of the bill that I'd appreciate the Minister's comment on, just given the historic nature of both the settlement and the legislation that's followed, I would go first to the purpose section, and I would invite the Minister to speak to the distinction in 3D, so the difference between those provisions where legislation is required to give effect to the settlement versus where legislation or legislative authorisation is desirable. So what does the Minister view as things that are required to give effect to, as opposed to things that are desirable to? In clause 4, there's clause 4.2a, the provision to have full effect on the date. Well, I'm missing a little bit of a page, but essentially it says that once this bill passes and it gets royal assent, the legislation will be in effect. But of course, a number of things would have been needed to have been done in the background to enable the legislation to be given effect to. And I wonder if the Minister could comment on the conversations with the trustees and the beneficiaries while this legislation has progressed to the House, to just assure the House that those steps have been taken so that the legislation can be effective from the date of royal assent. So I might leave those 2 questions with the Minister.
Mr Chair. The Honourable Tamapoto.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond to these important questions that touch on one of the most bespoke arrangements ever curated in New Zealand's parliamentary and executive histories. Of course, a very important part of the world, and actually area of the world where Abel Tasman himself and the Janzoon and various other boats arrived in many decades, centuries ago. Just in terms of the ownership matter, the court declared and acknowledged that the ownership in these lands was retained by the descendants of the original owners of those lands. And in equity, of course, you have a distinction between the legal ownership and the beneficial ownership. And what the court declared ultimately was the beneficial ownership has been retained in the descendants of the original owners, but the legal ownership held in trust is actually vested in the Crown. And one of the key purposes, if not the key purpose of this legislation, is to actually carry out the terms of the resolution arrangement between the government and ultimately Rore Stafford and others to transfer the legal ownership of this land from the Crown to the trustees holding the legal ownership of these lands in question in trust for the beneficial owners. Now, in order to give effect to this arrangement, we have now reached this moment in our parliamentary time to give effect to that by way of legislation. And one of the key reasons why we want to, and very desirable to do that, is that the Crown has, just like a number of other organisations and people out there, different responsibilities and different obligations. That if we continue to hold, as the Crown continues to hold the legal ownership of these lands in trust for the beneficial owners, then it has a potentially overlapping or counteracting responsibilities to the beneficial owners in trust compared to the general public because of the nature of the Crown's position across the responsibilities that it has. And that creates or generates the potential for conflict. We resolved in the resolution agreement for the legal ownership to be transferred through to the trustees and for that land to be held in trust for the beneficial owners who were always the beneficial owners, as acknowledged by the judicial decision recently. That is absolutely desirable because we don't want any conflict about who does what in this situation. In response to the critical question about the ownership/management of this land as part of the national park, it will continue to be owned by the beneficial owners. Some land inside the park, particular areas of the world-famous, iconic Great Walk, the Abel Tasman Coastal Walk, the Abel Tasman Coastal Track. It's a track. It's not a goat track. It's actually a wondrous track, especially places like Tapu Bay and Tōtaranui, all the way out towards Aotearoa, and of course a well-known recreation reserve, Kai Tere Tere, or also referred to as Kai Tere Tere at times. And if you ever get the chance to go there, Mr Chair, I recommend you do. Beautiful place. Just don't go in January when there are thousands of people there. And there will be seamless continuity of ownership, being the beneficial owners, but there will also be an ongoing front-facing Te Papātawhai Department of Conservation management of the track. So if you want to book to go and stay in one of the campgrounds or one of the huts along the way, that will continue with the Department of Conservation managing those interactions between manuhiri or visitors to the coastal track and land in question, the whenua in question. Now there will be, and there is, a licence, I think a licence arrangement that's been curated between the trustees who hold the land in trust and the Department of Conservation to preserve and uphold public access to the land by way of the coastal track, but also to ensure that there's confidence in the way this area will be managed over time. There is one area, Tōtaranui, that has a slightly different arrangement in relation to the reserve. We can get into that if we need to, but I'm sure that the team across the House has pulled through this. That will be reviewed in 22 years.
Mr Chair.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, just to reiterate, this resolution is uncontested across the House, obviously. We're intending to support it. I wonder, in regard, Minister, you spoke of the impacts on the public, the broader consequences. Certainly, most of us, I think, are very relaxed about that. We're very happy and content that Te Here Nuku will manage its part of the resolution in terms of the access to the able Tasman and the like, and then at that point it's up to them how that's managed. But I wonder, Minister, how will the Crown manage its other treaty obligations? This is not a treaty settlement, of course, it is a resolution. But how will it manage its other treaty obligations where there are overlapping iwi or mana whenua interests in these particular sections of land that we heard from at the committee? Some of those impacted parties, tangata whenua parties. How will the Crown ensure that there are not treaty breaches affected by this resolution, and that the Crown maintains its obligations to protect iwi from harms from this resolution, so far as it has obligations more broadly to te tiriti? This question is not one that is unfamiliar insofar as when treaty settlements are done, there are often overlapping interests in rohe, and it is one of the fundamental tensions of settlements. Some of those tensions also exist in this resolution, and I just wonder if the Minister can elucidate the clarity that the government has on how it might manage those tensions. Thank you.
Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just have a quick question for the Minister off the back of his very helpful comments, and I really appreciate his response around Able Tasman National Park. I do just have a specific follow-up question, because there have been suggestions made by some in the public domain that a better option could be a co-governance model, essentially for the land to be retained in full Crown ownership. My question is quite specific, because this legislation is enabling legislation to enable the resolution agreement that was signed between the Crown and the Trust last year. If the Select Committee had made changes to that model, or if changes were proposed by government for a different model around the land that is currently held in trust by the Crown at the Able Tasman National Park, What would that mean for the status of the resolution agreement? Would the Crown essentially end up in a situation where we had to go back to renegotiate that resolution agreement? Would that take time and money and effort and essentially put us in a position where we were having to renegotiate, the Crown were having to renegotiate with the beneficiaries and essentially put us on the back step? Like, what would be the impact on the agreement that's been made? Because my view of this is that if the Select Committee had made substantial changes to these parts in the bill, it essentially would have made that resolution agreement null and void. It would have put us back possibly months, possibly years, having to renegotiate with the Trust, and that would have been detrimental for everybody who has an interest in this matter. So it's quite a specific question. What would be the unintended consequences for the resolution agreement and for the relationship between the Crown and the beneficiaries if we had a situation where the Select Committee had recommended big changes to this part of the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Priyanka Reddy-Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have a rather specific question separate to Rachel Boyack's, but in relation to, and I agree, very helpful comments from the Minister, so thank you. But it's about the licence arrangement that the Minister mentioned in his contribution. I note that it is a 25-year licence term, and at about the 22-year mark there will be a review. And my question is about that specific review, the purpose and scope of that. It says in the legislation that the review is meant to be an opportunity to discuss the effectiveness of the licensing regime. And I want to ask the Minister whether there will be any guidance or what kinds of things would be taken into consideration in that review at the 22-year mark. What will they be looking for to determine the effectiveness of the licence arrangement? I also want to ask the Minister if the licence is then not extended, not renewed, and a new licensing arrangement is not agreed to, what then happens with regard to the activities on this land that DOC undertakes? Also, the Minister mentioned in his contribution that the Department of Conservation, Te Pāpātawhai, would be responsible for maintaining tracks and so on and so forth. So what happens to the maintenance responsibilities if the licence term isn't extended or a new licence isn't entered into? I also just want to check with the previous clause around the annual reporting requirements of DOC with regard to this. I note that the department will have to provide an annual report to trustees, which seems fair. 3 months after the end of each operational year. There's a whole list of things that the report must deal with in terms of activities, relevant issues that might crop up during the licensing arrangement term. And I want to know whether those are the types of details that will be then taken into account at the 22-year review. Also, keen to get a sense of why, if there's annual reporting that is provided to trustees, clearly to deal with any issues that might crop up during that particular year, why is the review then just after 22 years? Would it, will there be some sort of an ongoing process to lead to that review? I'm guessing now, reading it, that the review is because of the 25-year licensing term. Also keen to get a sense of why the term of 25 years was landed on, whether that was related to the court rulings or separate to that. Could the Minister just very quickly also give us a sense of, in 43, clause 43, the limitations on departments' activities, the types of authorised activities that the Minister envisions would take place outside of perhaps the tracks that he mentioned as well?
Mr. Chair. Minister.
Thank you for the various important questions. Again, it's a magnificent place to tai o Aotearoa Mohua, and if you ever have the chance to go down to the coastal track, let me know. I might be able to come with you. Just in relation to the licence arrangement, because that's provoked a lot of inquiry, it is confidential, but any review of such an arrangement, and there are other similar arrangements around the country, there's not a lot of them, but there are some arrangements where DOC does use privately owned land in order to enable tracks, great walks. I think there's one down at the Humperidge, or there's a couple of arrangements down at the Humperidge, which is way down next to the sausage capital of New Zealand, to Aotearoa. Because DOC doesn't always own land where there is a track or an experience taking place. So not new in terms of the arrangements that DOC has, but you'd imagine that over time there is some need and necessity for repairs and maintenance, infrastructure and other relevant investments. For example, down in some of the bays in Abel Tasman, there's quite considerable septic and wastewater infrastructure. So making sure that infrastructure is looked after and enabled, and there's sufficient time for Te Papatawhai DOC to commit to investment and capital expenditure over time is quite important. You can't just do that over a 2-year or 3-year licence. You have to have term to have confidence in order to invest in maybe a 25-year asset. So that's sort of kōrero that I would expect in any review of the licence arrangement, but knowing also that this land has been effectively managed by others over the last 160 years, and through the manaakitanga and the expression of kotahitanga, the owners of the land have said, no, we are comfortable with this land continuing to be managed seamlessly by Te Papatawhai, the Department of Conservation, as part of the coastal track and actually other areas of land throughout the whenua that constitutes the Spain Award, and they should be acknowledged for that. You know, if you had a piece of private land that you haven't managed, but you've owned it for 160 years, but someone else has been looking after it, and there's an intention to come together and actually continue an arrangement for another 25 years, that should be acknowledged and supported. And we're very grateful that the owners of this land have continued to support that. But things like repairs and maintenance, CapEx, any payments that are required, the infrastructure, those even the route in which that track takes place, because sometimes, as the member for Nelson will know, the hard-working member for Nelson will know, sometimes the track does get pounded by the weather and it gets broken, and some of that will be on the land that is owned by the beneficial owners, and sometimes you have to reroute things. So all those types of attributes come into play. In relation to the partai around treaty obligations, they will persist for land that is owned by the Crown. Those treaty obligations persist. For the land that's owned by the beneficial owners on trust in the Te Here Nuku Trust, there have been a range of communications between the iwi, the owners, Te Here Nuku trustees and the Crown to resolve any outstanding overlaps around, let's say, overlay classifications or statutory acknowledgements and a range of other treaty commitments, Treaty of Waitangi settlement commitments that are already articulated in legislation involving those iwi. So those discussions have been ongoing, and you won't be surprised, a lot of the trustees and governors and managers of those iwi organisations are the same people as the owners of the land involved in Te Here Nuku Trust. Those conversations have been had, will continue to be had, and of course, like any whānau and hapu iwi and actually communities, you don't always get agreement all of the time, unlike this place. Co-governance, just to respond before the Honourable Willie Jackson stands. Neither the owners nor the Crown desired this, and my understanding is that it didn't occupy an extensive period of time in some of the select committee discussions, but it wasn't aspired to or desired, and the arrangement a la Maunga Taranaki was not front of mind.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. And it's good to hear the Minister's kōrero with regards to the question around co-governance, which was a sort of what I was just going to tap into, because it's fascinating that one of the former senior ministers of the National Party, Nick Smith, now is a great advocate for co-governance, Mr Chair. You know, it's one of his major priorities in life. Co-governance is the way forward in this particular kaupapa. So very pleased to hear the Minister talk about that. And I was wondering, in terms of that question, which has come up, how has the government got a strategy to navigate that, given that this former senior minister, is presenting, is running around with a petition, what's the government, has the government formulated a response to him, given that the insinuation is obviously that Māoris can't be trusted in terms of the management of this project, Mr Chair. So that's the basis of it. I've listened to what Nick Smith has said at national radio level, on national radio, and the nonsense that's been perpetrated. And he's talking about he's almost talking like they've lost something. They're losing something huge. So I'm interested in the Minister's strategy around that. And does it affect the overall philosophy or strategy in terms of co-governance with this government? Is co-governance still? I believe that co-governance. The government is embracing, is still a supporter of co-governance in different areas, but is this particular kaupapa affecting things going forward, and are they attaching any priority to meeting with Nick Smith, who is rabid in terms of his petition, where he's got only a few people signed up? In terms of those treaty implications, also I'm interested, and in terms of what's happening internally within the grouping down there, I'm interested in how the Minister may well be navigating that, given that there is some opposition, sadly, from some of our most senior people down there. I'm interested to hear if the Minister has been able to mediate or facilitate anything in terms of that process. I think that some of the opposition, which is not major, but it has come from a very significant individuals down there. I'd be interested to hear if the Minister has been able to mediate or navigate anything in that area. Thank you, Mr Chair.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. And it's an honour to take this first opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation. And I know in the committee stages, committee as a whole, I guess I'll take the opportunity to speak more wide-ranging and ask a few more wide-ranging questions of the Minister. Can I acknowledge Rory Stafford and
legendary
the Trust members for their tenacity? I did meet with representatives while in government where there was a request to resolve this quickly. Can I say it did have to go through an agonising and laborious legal process to reach this point, but can I congratulate the government for moving to resolve this long-standing issue. I want to, in acknowledging Rory and what he has done, and the transfer of this land rightfully back to its rightful owners, to Te Hurianuku Trust. And can I say that moving forward, the questions and the issues raised by my colleague Willie Jackson around co-governance, it is somewhat ironic, if not hypocritical, for those who have opposed co-governance when the land is in public ownership, to then have the land transferred to Māori ownership and then demand co-governance. And I have to say, I was horrified at Nick Smith's, the Honourable Nick Smith. He's called entitled, but it wasn't an honourable thing to launch a petition against a long-standing rightful legal claim on this land. In terms of Abel Tasman National Park, and I speak as former MP for West Coast Tasman, proud of representing this region and understanding the significance of Abel Tasman National Park to Te Waikarepupu Springs, Milnthorpe. These are spectacular areas of significance to all people in the region. They have been rightfully transferred back to the traditional owners of this land, legal owners. And we have to respect the governance proposals that are laid out in this piece of legislation. And for Nick Smith to stir up fear that there would be closure, there would be lack of access, was absolutely outrageous. The goodwill that the government has created through the settlement of this claim and this piece of legislation is to be applauded. And I think we in opposition are supporting this on the basis that we move forward into a new era where there's respectful recognition of ownership, just as there are blocks of private ownership within Abel Tasman National Park,
That's right.
owned by lots of wealthy people, Pākehā people, most of them, working in the national park, not necessarily blocking access, working with DOC. I'm sure that the Trust too will show the same respect for the wider enjoyment of Abel Tasman National Park and the expectations of access to it. But we have to remember this is private ownership, land now transferred back into private ownership. And my questions flow on to other areas of legislation that this government is passing. Reform of the RMA, enhancement of property rights, interesting. Threats to water conservation orders, perhaps the threat that, you know, they should be removed. Well, I hope that the government, in its passage and progress of legislation through RMA, maintains and upholds the water conservation orders, the one that will be so important to protect the rights allocated here to Te Waikarepupu Springs and its majesty, its pristine nature, and the need for protection through that water conservation order. If the government moves to undermine those water conservation orders in Golden Bay or anywhere else, Mr. Chairman, or anywhere else in the country, Mr. Chairman.
Damon O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for the call. And I raise these issues because of their importance and because this is a significant step in history, really, where we've worked through a process in our legal system to rightfully acknowledge, as I say, claims of the past and I guess a respect for future management regimes. Can I come to Kaiteriteri as well? There are significant commercial players, as Nick Smith pointed out, utilising Abel Tasman National Park and stirred up fears of potential problems into the future. I know DOC haven't always been the easiest landlord or manager. There will be, I'm sure, ongoing tensions between rightful managers and owners and operators. But the ones who I respect have welcomed this piece of legislation, this settlement. Those people who have promoted, utilised, enhanced and respected Abel Tasman National Park are saying they are very happy to work with the new owners of some of these private areas within the park, in and around Kaiteriteri, and I welcome that. And I know that I think that represents the views of the vast majority of people who live in and around Tasman and in and around Nelson. They have watched, they have respected, and they've, I guess, agonised with the trustees and their legal process. Can I just say, as part of the previous Labor government, we were looking for legal guidance on this, given the precedents that this may set. I think now that's for future governments to work through, where there may be other legal claims. But this was unique. The court decided that, and they have handed over to Te Hereanuku Trust the rightful ownership of these, as I say, amazing areas in the Tasman area. Can I just ask of the Minister, because I know that's what the committee stages are about, if he has had a discussion with his colleague, Nick Smith, who was a staunch National Party advocate, and asked him to actually help move this process forward, not hinder or disrupt it. I think that's really important. Can I ask the Minister also, in terms of assurances for people in and around Kaiteri, there are some major challenges with that area. The trust setup, or the board setup as it has been, has not been ideal. People with good intent have gone on to that board, the Kaiteri Reserve Board, have gone on to try and help make progress. I just hope that the Department of Conservation works alongside the Trust and the operators to develop that spectacular area in a way that is truly sustainable, but does realistically deal with the pressures of the future. So anyway, I'd just like to, as I say, give the Minister an opportunity to work through a couple of those issues on the conservation water order, and to ensure that the cooperation within Able Tasman National Park can be facilitated by both the department, the new owners and the operators.
Honourable Minister.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair, and thank you for those insights from members of the House. Look, Nick Smith is a fighter for conservation and for Nelson, and I acknowledge his extraordinary commitment to conservation over many, many decades. Have not received any petition in the House from or the Petitions Committee from what I know, and I understand that there is a petition being signed by members of the public, but I haven't seen any petition arrive at the House yet. I just acknowledge the Honourable Nick Smith. He actually was part of a government that endorsed Te Awa Tupua and Te Ture Whaimana and Te Ure Wera, and the resolution arrangements that resulted in settlement legislation for those long-standing Treaty of Waitangi claims around resources. But the legislation is not about Nick. It's about people like Rhoda Stafford and Kahu Kotua and Eva Rickard and a range of other governors of Wakatu, and importantly the descendants of the original owners of the whenua in question. So, focusing on how we can best scaffold and support the health and well-being of all the land in Te Tai o Aorere, the Tasman Bay and Mohua Golden Bay, and places as spectacular as Te Waikoropupu and Maraho out there at Tokanganui, and other iconic places of the area is what the government and I are committed to. There were some questions around co-governance or co-management, and we see co-management has worked in practice in various initiatives that multiple governments have been a part of, whether or not it's the catchment collectives or indeed the most recent announcement of the marine reserves off the coast of Ōtākau and South Canterbury, Te Aotearoa o Raki Hauia, where the Department of Conservation and Ngāi Te Rua Hiki Hiki, Kāti Huirapa, Runaka and Ngāi who are now looking after some of those marine reserves. There has been opposition in different corners of our communities around the resolution agreement and also the legislation which is currently proposed. But importantly, there's also been agreement on the fundamental platforms for moving forward by the trustees that have been effectively appointed by the original descendants of this land. And I'm not a mediator or a facilitator, but I am someone who acknowledges that some of the opposition and the raru that might exist with some quarters needs to be resolved at a rangatiratanga sphere, not for the kāwanatanga and Minister Pōtaka to jump in all amongst that, when I have full confidence and belief and faith that the descendants of the whenua can resolve those disputes amongst themselves. I talk with many people and I've heard Nick's concerns. He's expressed them in a wide variety of media. But again, that's for Nick. Our job and our responsibility today, in my view, is actually to carry this proposed legislation forward and get to the third reading, hopefully in a couple of weeks, rather than belabour the points around individual concerns that may be channelled through a different pathway, petitions or the media or other communication platforms. In respect to Kaiteretere Reserve, what a place. I encourage everyone in this House, all 16 of us who are here today, to visit and to invest in not only the area but a couple of ice creams down there, because actually it's a place you want to spend part of your life in. It is phenomenal how beautiful the Kaiteretere area and actually the entire area of Nelson, and just acknowledge the member for her raging support and representation of that superb part of our country. The reserve has its own board, and I'm sure a member from former MP from the West Coast, Mr O'Connor, will know that that is one of the very few reserves that actually generates a surplus across the country. There are not many reserves in the dock estate that generate a surplus, but that is one of them, and that mahi will continue.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Can I begin just by thanking the Minister for his fulsome and very thoughtful responses. I know they're really appreciated on this side of the House. I also just wanted to acknowledge the officials from Crown Law and TPK who we have with us today, not only for being present today but for their work toward the settlement, which I know has been significant. I do have some questions for the Minister, which I will go through, some of them quite broad, some of them very specific just in terms of the legislation. So again, just thanking the Minister for his thoughtful responses. One question that came up during the Select Committee process was the question of precedent and whether the settlement as well as the judgments themselves create precedent going forward, and whether the Minister is aware of any other like circumstances that could fall into scope of the settlement that we've seen here. I think this is such a unique area of law in many ways, partially because in terms of trust law relating to land, we have legislation through the Property Act now, through the Contracts Act, and then we have English legislation as well that required land held in trust or trust created to manage land to be in writing. And in this instance, we don't have a trust deed as such, but we have a significant amount of evidence and behaviour and in writing that has created, I think, what the Supreme Court called a bespoke duty. So just wanting to hear from the Minister his thoughts on that. Another issue that came up was the possibility of new beneficiaries being added to the current beneficiaries of the trust, and the provisions that allow for that to occur entirely validly. And we had a brief discussion about whāngai relationships and those being acknowledged through the addition of new beneficiaries, and the Minister's thoughts on whether the provisions are sufficient to enable new beneficiaries to be added to as beneficiaries to the trust. A third issue was in relation to encroachment on the land concerned by private dwelling houses, and how either through settlement or through legislation that's been addressed in a fair way to those third parties, and the Minister's view on whether the provisions relating to third party rights in the bill are sufficient, what he has heard from existing third parties as to their satisfaction with the current provisions. Specifically in terms of Clause 7, which is the interpretation clause, there's inclusion of the term corporate trustee and the allowance of corporate trustees as well as individual trustees to hold place within the architecture that protects the land. And just wanting the Minister to comment, my assumption is that the duties are the same and that mirrors what we often see occurring in relation to treaty settlements, and the Minister's satisfaction with that. There is clause, let me see, 7B, I believe it is, which talks about the impact of delayed disclosure, or it talks about delayed released land, and just wanting the Minister to speak again to the reasons for delayed disclosure and the way in which that land will be captured under the current legislation. And finally, in terms of future third-party rights, the phrase is that future third-party rights means any rights, interests and other lawfully created matters. And I wonder if the Minister could speak to what would constitute other lawfully created matters in the context of that particular definition. Thanking the Minister again for his patience and his detailed responses to that.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Sort of gives me pause to think about that famous Jarndyce v Jarndyce case. You might recall that, Mr Chair. Charles Dickens, Bleak House. Just ongoing. But we're getting to resolution. In relation to the precedent potential, in terms of the judgment, of course all judgments have some precedent value. But I don't think that this will be appealed because we've got to a resolution of the issues, and actually the resolution agreement was endorsed by the High Court once it was received. So in fact we're just carrying out that endorsement. In terms of similar circumstances, we are not aware of anything of the distinct and bespoke, unique nature of the Nelson Tents circumstances. In relation to the tents arrangements and other locations, for the most part those have been resolved by way of other settlement arrangements which were conducted effectively through the Treaty of Waitangi settlement process, and again we're not aware of any commensurate matters to the Nelson Tents arrangements. It was important to acknowledge the third-party rights that might emerge in the future. There were a couple of observations that our earnest and adroit team just made to me. There may be a delayed release of lands from the beneficial owners or the owners of the whenua in question back to the Crown, and there may also be lands that emerge that we don't know about right now that need to be vested in the owners. Because as you would imagine, across some parts of our country, there are no surveyed titles. That's been one of the big challenging administrative matters that has had to be progressed and resolved over the course of the last few months. The encroachment issue was raised, and it's important to make comment on that. There are private dwellings that exist within the the boundaries of national parks like the Abel Tasman National Park, and one of the important management and administrative matters is to ensure that there are appropriate surveys of titles to ensure that any encroachments are identified and resolved. And the team are dealing with those and other related matters which may have popped up from time to time. I know fish and game has been one of those, but that's been dealt with in a separate manner and down a separate pathway. With respect to beneficiaries, there was a question asked about whether or not there will be additions. Well, sometimes you actually don't know who all the descendants of the original owners are, because people may not have connected with their own tupuna, and the definition that's provided within the proposed legislation enables a class of beneficiaries, and there's pathways for those who may not understand or be aware of their whakapapa connection to the original owners to identify themselves and are included in the class. So that type of situation will probably emerge, as will, I'm sure, more babies who will be descendants of the original owners. I will not be having more babies myself, but no, that has been addressed, that issue. Used to be an ad on TV about that stuff, but I won't go there.
Presumably not by the ministerial schedule.
No, it's not in the amendments to the Act either. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge not only the team behind us who have been losing sleep over this matter for the last 10 years, but also their cohorts, and importantly, people like Uncle Rore and Auntie Lynn Stafford, Paul Morgan, of course, and James Palmer and others from the Wakatu Massif, Johnny McGregor and Jamie Tuta, Hemi Sungdran, George Stafford, and of course Karenza Johnston, who have been absolutely phenomenal in their commitment to an endurable resolution of matters current.
Mr. Chair.
Rachel Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I also just reiterate the comments made by my colleague Venushi Walters, that it's really appreciated the engagement and thoughtful responses from the Minister. Do really appreciate that, and also, like others, want to acknowledge the officials that have done a remarkable job on this resolution and the legislation over what is a short period of time getting this legislation through the House. So I know that presents its challenges, so I really do want to acknowledge just how hard they have worked through that time. I have a specific question. I'm going to jump to part 4, clauses 93 and 94. And this is around quite a specific issue that has cropped up in questions from the community about gifted land. So the background to this is where members of the community have rallied together to gift some land to the Department of Conservation. Usually, can be potentially given to another Crown organisation or to a council. But my specific question is around the ones given to the Department of Conservation, and then what that will mean going forward. Because for those people, sometimes they have fundraised, there's been bequests from people who've passed away, a range of different ways that land can be gifted. And if I speak specifically about 93(1)F, which is part of Snowdon's Bush Scenic Reserve, where the land was sold by the Anglican Church and it was fundraised by the community and then gifted to Department of Conservation. So in clause 94, it says that the trustees' obligations in respect of gifted land, if the trustees exercise the power under section 79 to revoke in part or in whole the reserve status of any gifted land, the trustees must have regard to the original purpose of the gift to the extent that the purpose of the gift can be ascertained. So can I get an understanding from the Minister about what that will mean in practice? If for example, the people who've made the gifting were very clear that the land should be for public use, for public enjoyment and recreation, will that have to be retained by the trust if they were to potentially sell the land or change the purpose of the land? How would that work in practice? And what would happen if the the purpose of the gift can't actually be ascertained, as is noted in clause 94. Perhaps if it was, if the gifting occurred some time ago, and it's, there isn't any written documentation as to why that gift was made, and it's difficult to understand what the purpose of that, how would that operate in practice. I do want to acknowledge that I'm not asking these questions to try to suggest that this isn't a fair approach in the legislation. I'm just interested in the Minister's comments on how this will work in practice, and I particularly want to acknowledge the trustees who I've discussed some of these places with the trustees directly, who have, in my view, been operating in very good faith, very keen to continue the use of the land as per its current purpose, and have been working closely with communities to have good faith discussions around that. This is not me raising a criticism, I'm just interested in the Minister, I guess, reassuring the community that there isn't an agenda here for land to have been gifted to the Crown and then transferred, the legal ownership transferred to the Trust, and then somehow that's going to be sold and developed and used for purposes that mismatch with what the community intended. So it has been an important matter raised in the community, and I'm just keen for the Minister to provide some reassurance to the community that that there will be good faith obligations going forward in respect to these parcels of land.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr Chair, just I join with colleagues in complimenting the Minister this morning. I think we had some very good and honest responses, and really pleased to see, Mr Chair, the government's strategy and response with regards to this kaupapa. Just further to some of the questions, though, in terms of the quantum, we're talking, Mr Chair, about the biggest settlement in the history of this country, basically, and in some ways it's gone under the radar, which is maybe good. So I'm interested in how, going forward, the Minister is going to manage that. The communications, particularly on this, given that the original settlements, higher settlements were 170 million in terms of Tainui and Ngaitahu, but this particular settlement, 420 million, has in many ways gone under the radar. And then, of course, there's lots of offers of help and support from people like Dr. Nick Smith, who's put his hand up in terms of helping the Maoris in terms of their investment strategy going forward. And I know the Minister has answered, given some answers and respect his answers with regards to Dr. Nick Smith, but it is a worry for I think everyone that a senior minister, former minister, has taken this condescending approach and patronising approach with our people down there with regards to Damien O'Connor, I think, summed it up very well, the amazing sort of turnaround in terms of Māori receiving their justice through the private, for a private means, and all of a sudden it's a bit of an outrage. I'm still perplexed to know and want to know what the government strategy will be over him, because with his petition coming, I am worrying about the type of controversy that might occur. And in terms of the co-governance, I heard the Minister's answer with regards to that, and I felt comfortable with that response. But I'm wondering, given he's got coalition partners who are anti-co-governance, how he is managing that at the moment. So you've got two partners who have basically come out against the whole co-governance strategy and process going forward. In fact, want the whole process abandoned. But the Minister has confirmed this morning that there is no resiling from that for National. How are they managing that in terms of a strategy going forward? Although we accept in this particular case this is not a co-governance model, and nor should it be. So just interested in those in that strategy, but also in terms of the strategy with regards to the trustees, and you have trustees from around, not just on the South Island, all the way up the North Island. How is that? How are we going to process the obligations to Māori and the benefits? What is the process in place with regards to that, Mr. Chair, particularly given the overlapping iwi claims, but not just overlapping iwi claims, but urban Māori claims, and you've got Ngāti Toa, and then you've got the different regions and the different groupings. You've got, with such a huge settlement, how is the Minister envisaging that going forward? What strategies are in place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you again for providing the opportunity to respond to these well-meaning and motivated questions. With respect to the private land which has been gifted, I think it's widely acknowledged that when the land in question was gifted, it had the imprint of a trust within that gift, albeit those people and potentially the Crown at that time was not across or aware of that imprint and that trust associating with the land in question. So it has always been owned, as declared by the court, by the beneficial owners. And when the land was gifted through to the Crown, it carried with it that imprint of trust. And the responsibility of government and this Parliament is actually to ensure that the purpose of the gift, when made for specific bespoke areas of land, is given some consideration. That is the responsibility that we have, rather than forcing anything in addition to the provision that is now outlined and articulated in the legislation, to ensure that the purpose of the gift is given regard. It's a little bit ironic, actually, Mr. Chair, because often it's the Crown having regard to matters, and now, of course, it's the owners of this land having regard to matters, but that is the responsibility of this House and the responsibility that we have carried through from the resolution arrangements as the Crown, to ensure that there is a process. That process is well set out and articulated in section 94, as the erudite member has alluded to. There were some other comments made in relation again to the Honourable Nick Smith, and I think we should just acknowledge the Honourable Nick Smith for his mahi, but move back to the key purpose of the bill and this legislation, and of course carrying out the resolution arrangements. And my understanding is that there will be there has been a very, and there will continue to be a conservative approach to the governance and the management of the assets, putia, land, and any other assets that are now vested in the trustees to be held on trust for the beneficial owners. Finally, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to step back and acknowledge the Honourable Judith Collins and the Honourable Chris Bishop for their leadership on these matters as successive Attorney General and successive Attorney General, and carrying through a sense of collegiality and professionalism in this House. It's out of respect that all of us have come together, unified in purpose and unified in intention, to ensure that this long-standing, indeed maybe the longest property debate and dispute in this country, is resolved. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will take my seat.
The question is that Minister's tabled amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the preamble, parts 1 to 6 and clauses 1 and 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'll report this bill with amendment presently. Thank you. Thank you, officials.
Thank you, officials. I'll see you shortly. No, sir. Stay here. What time is it?
Members, we come now to the Climate Change Responsibility Tort Liability Amendment Bill. We start with Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 5, no tort liability for emissions-related climate change effects, and the schedule. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Chair.
Camilla Ballich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't say it's a pleasure to take a call on this particular bill as we've traversed in previous committee stages, in previous stages of the bill. We are in a situation where we have a bill which has been brought to the House and it is going to get rid of existing litigation as well as prevent future litigation in respect of tort law. But I do have a question for the Minister, and I wonder if he would be open to making some opening comments on this particular bill, because there are a number of policy decisions that this government has made which are unusual. And they're unusual in the sense that we have a case in front of the court at the moment which will be extinguished by this particular bill. And we have a situation where future arguments in respect of this particular type of tort, and if you look at the bill, and I know we'll come to this in subsequent clauses, the definition is of all torts in relation to climate change emissions. And the reason I raise that is because in earlier readings of this bill, the Minister did state that this won't extinguish existing claims. So I think that is a really important first initial question from the Minister, is what actions, current and future, will be extinguished through the purpose of this particular piece of legislation. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister on that.
Mr. Chair.
Venusi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like my colleague Camilla Ballich, I do not support this legislation coming through the House. Speakers during the first two readings have made it clear that this is a very unusual step to take. We're very disappointed that the government has decided in many ways to disrespect what is a common feature of our democracy, to allow cases to proceed through the courts, not undermining parliamentary supremacy whatsoever, because Parliament can then make a decision to override a decision of the courts, but essentially creating a large amount of uncertainty for the people of New Zealand, where they cannot be assured that they would have their day in court, can have a matter determined by a branch of our democracy, because the government may override that decision midway through the courts. This was a case that was due to be heard next year, with papers due to be filed, I believe, this month. So this really cuts across our democracy, and we will certainly want to explore this in a lot of detail. I do note that when Minister Maker spoke at second reading to this bill, he started his speech by saying that this did not remove any rights, and his argument was that it didn't remove substantive rights because those hadn't yet been determined by the court. But as many people will know and have experienced in New Zealand, there are both procedural rights as well as substantive rights. And indeed, substantive rights are included within our own Bill of Rights Act. Sections 25 and 27 affirm that every person has the rights to minimal standards of criminal procedure. And there are both substantive and procedural rights in domestic and international law. So I really want to get a sense from the Minister himself, who is responsible for this legislation, whether it's his belief that no rights have been removed, or whether he, unlike his colleague at second reading, will acknowledge that procedural rights are equally important in a democracy, and that what the government is doing in this instance is removing rights, removing the rights of Mr Smith certainly and other potential litigants before that court case has its final hearing. So again, I look forward to the Minister's opening comments. There are a number of other issues that again Mr Maker spoke to at second reading, which I think that we would really appreciate hearing from the Minister about, that we will run through in terms of the limitations and the choices that have been made in this bill, but we'll start with that key point of just an acknowledgement, if the Minister could, that rights are being affected and that procedural rights are equally as important as substantive rights.
Mr Chair.
Dr. Douglas-Webb.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There's just a couple of preliminary things I want to raise on this bill. Now, this bill really should be called the Deny Mike Smith Justice bill, because it's his claim that this bill is all about. And the question I have is whether the Minister, in having this bill drafted, obviously he looked at, or his officials looked at the claim that Mike Smith's bringing, and it's a kind of three-pronged claim. One claim in negligence, claiming that harm's being caused by a lack of due care. The other claim in nuisance, that there's an unreasonable interference with the enjoyment of the environment by others. And then his third claim is the novel tort claim, that there is a climate damage tort, which, to be perfectly honest, I think that is unlikely to get across the line, but it never will now. And they're all claims in the area of law known as tort, that is to say, the law of civil wrongs. My question is, in the legislation as it stands, it says there are no tort claims for climate wrongs, or words to that effect. But it doesn't say that there are no common law wrongs, because in the common law there are a number of other, or many other, areas of law. A contract claim would be tricky, so we could probably put that to one side. A restitution claim would probably be tricky, so we can put that to one side. But it does strike me that it's possible to run a fiduciary argument. And we've seen those run in novel ways in a number of jurisdictions. The fiduciary argument has been run very effectively by Indigenous peoples for claims against the Crown for wrongs to the environment. Now, whilst we have a treaty framework in New Zealand, and you'll see that Mike Smith's claim had a strong tikanga thread to it, that he had a particular standing because he is an iwi leader, and this bill does not preclude a claim against another party, whether it be the Crown or a business interest, that they're in a relationship of particular vulnerability. Because that's the key point of a fiduciary claim, is that one person is in a position of vulnerability to that other person. And in this case, or in this climate situation, there is at least an argument, the kind of argument the Supreme Court might not rule out as entirely untenable, because that's the test that the Supreme Court essentially had to run, that the Crown or large businesses are in a fiduciary relationship with citizens or particular iwi who are vulnerable to things like coastal erosion through climate change. So I guess my point is this, or my question is this to the Minister: in drafting this specifically to preclude tort claims, is that an acceptance that if a litigant wishes to reframe their action in another area of the law, whether it be fiduciary claims or some other area that I will probably be able to think of, or perhaps some of my esteemed learned colleagues can message me and I'll raise it in the House, are you accepting that those other claims still remain open? Because if you wanted to preclude all claims, you would have said it. And in fact, the Supreme Court decision itself says because the legislation doesn't preclude other actions, we presume they're still allowed. So because this legislation doesn't preclude a fiduciary action, would it be right to say that that is still allowed at least to be argued in the courts?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith. Mr Chair, I want to thank the honourable members for their opening comments in relation to this bill. This bill amends the Climate Change Response Act 2002 to prevent findings of liability in tort for climate change damage or harm caused by greenhouse gas emissions. Now, why do we do this? It's a response to litigation in Smith versus Fonterra, where the plaintiff has brought claims in tort against several high-emitting companies, including claims of public nuisance and claims inviting consideration of a new tort relating to damage in the climate system. Now, the amendments to the bill address the risk that a parallel and potentially contradictory regime to the Climate Change Response Act could be developed at common law. And the bill clarifies that no liability in tort is available in relation to emissions related to climate change harm. And this will provide certainty for business and investors about the extent of their obligations. And we're doing this because it's our intention that the New Zealand regulatory approach to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change harm should be managed by Parliament and the Executive, who can take a whole of economy approach that carefully considers the environmental, the economic and social implications. And we think that tort law is not an appropriate mechanism for responding to greenhouse gas emissions, as there needs to be careful consideration of all those matters, and that's what Parliament has done. And so that's why we're passing this legislation. Steve Amon.
Mr Chair, on part one, given we're amending the Climate Change Response Act, I wonder if the Minister can respond to this inquiry. The Climate Change Response Act is, of course, New Zealand's primary legislation for addressing greenhouse gas emissions. And one of the purposes of the Act is to enable New Zealand to meet its international obligations under the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Now, the key component of the Act is to set up a framework for reducing emissions over time, including a 2050 emissions reduction target. The Minister's obligation is that he has a responsibility for implementing policies to reduce net emissions. Now, where those policies are insufficient to reduce net emissions, whether to meet our target or to address the existential challenge of climate change, there remained, until this bill came to the House, a pathway for citizens to challenge the harm caused by emitters locally, which is what's been eradicated by this bill. But my question is, if the objective of the Act is to help us reduce our emissions, then allowing tort pathways to remain open is not contradictory with the objective of the Act, because in fact it might assist us in finding other means and pathways through the whole of our legal system to reduce emissions. But eliminating and striking out the option of tort as a means to addressing that existential challenge of climate change actually contradicts the purpose of the Act. if its primary purpose is to address greenhouse gas emissions? And I wonder if the Minister can respond to that question, because intrinsic in the actions of Smith versus Fonterra is an assertion on the part of Smith that the government's actions have been insufficient. The government has not fulfilled its obligations to address climate change emissions. The other question there is, within the existing regime, agricultural emissions are not included. So Fonterra, being an agricultural entity, because the primary mechanism is the emissions trading scheme, is not captured by this act, effectively, or the actions of the government. So my first question is, how was it inconsistent with the fundamental purpose of the Act to allow tort to be a pathway for addressing emissions? And where the government has failed to sufficiently act, how is it justifiable to extinguish the right of citizens to seek other pathways to address the harms caused to them by climate change?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point we are making is that the response to climate change by New Zealand has been through Parliament and the elected executive, through the regime set up through the Climate Change Response Act. Now, the member is perfectly entitled to argue that the Act should be different and should include some things and other things, or it could be more stringent. There's lots of arguments about that, and that's perfectly legitimate. And so the appropriate response to that would be to campaign and become government and change the legislation. That's fine. That's no doubt what one will try and do, and we will line up our record on the economy and climate change, and we'll see who wins that argument. That's how it works, because we hold that a response to climate change is a very broad undertaking that involves consideration not just of climate, but also the economy, society, and many other elements. And we believe that an accountable Parliament making those judgments and being accountable for them, and subject to change in the normal parliamentary fashion, is the way to do it, rather than through a process of tort. And so that's the point that we would make there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what an illuminating statement from the Minister of Justice. We seem to be getting a lecture on how to do our jobs in committee stage, and in fact we're told that it's not actually our job to scrutinise the government and actually look at this bill and find out what is wrong, but to campaign in an election if we disagree with it. Well, that's not my understanding of how the committee stage works, and I have a few probing questions for the Minister, and I'd appreciate an informed answer on them if possible.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the Minister stated that the justification, it stated himself, and so brought this point into the debate, that the justification for this bill was the government was better placed to take a whole of economy approach to climate change. My question is, where is this whole of economy approach? Where can we find it? It doesn't appear to be on the papers tabled in front of us today. It doesn't appear to be in any information provided by the Minister or officials at Select Committee. And so if the Minister is saying that there is a whole of economy approach to addressing climate change effectively, could he please table that? Because it would be very interesting for us to be able to see that approach and how this in fact fits into that approach, because my contention is that it doesn't. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other overall issues that have been brought about in this debate, but I wondered if I could ask some specific questions around the specific clauses in Part 1. And the first question I have is in relation to Clause 3, which amends the Climate Change Response Act. And I wanted to ask the Minister, how is this a climate change response? Because it appears to limit the types of responses that can be brought, and we can get into this in Clause 4, and it seems to be inconsistent with the aims of the Climate Change Response Act, which is to tackle climate change and to mitigate the impacts of climate change. I can quote the exact purpose of that Act, or find that for the Minister if he wishes. But the consistency with Amendment Acts and the primary piece of legislation is inherently important, and I would like an explanation as to how this fits in with that primary piece of legislation that it is amending. The second question I have is in relation to Clause 4, which follows directly on and inserts a new Clause 271, which is the statutory bar on tort liability. Now, if we first look at 271(1), and it lists the applicability of this bill, and it says it's to a person, which I think we can all assume at this stage is a legal person, so incorporation as well. I think famously this Act applies to their activities, and it talks about a situation where there is an emission, and so it talks about in 2711 a situation where there is an emission. And the question I have for the Minister is, how does this interact with 2712, which states that a person has no climate liability for the emissions? Obviously, where there is an agreed emission that is, which is not contested, I can see how that would work. But the question I have is, where there is a dispute as to the fact of the emissions or the extent of the emissions, is that person, and we can know that that includes corporation, but the Minister is happy to be corrected if that's not his understanding, personal corporation has liability where that is disputed, because it appears to me to be exempt from liability, you have to have an agreed emission as outlined in 2711. And I want to acknowledge that sometimes those aspects are contested. Sometimes there is a challenge of emissions being made, and there is not an agreement on behalf of that alleged emitter that that particular activity is occurring. So I think this is a really important point, because this I think many businesses who are looking at this will think, okay, I don't need to worry about tort liability anymore. I can do whatever I want, even if that's emission, if that creates emission or it doesn't. Well, actually, if they dispute their emissions, I'm not clear that they will be covered from the fact of a tort. The other thing that I want to know is, it says tort liability. Does that mean the fact of a tort existing can be found without the liability being also established?
The Honourable Paul Goslar. And I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, that we could easily get into a debate about the adequacy or not, or the appropriateness or not, of the current law in relation to the climate change response. And the point I'd make is that the government is not changing the framework of our climate change response, which is laid out in this legislation. So the expectations and requirements on businesses to reduce emissions and to have not changed. They're still, all sectors are expected to play their part in reducing emissions to meet our targets. Emissions, the system set up under the ETS is unchanged by this decision, and the ETS works by increasing the cost of emission and reducing the cost of removal. So that is not being changed. So we can argue, and members can quite rightly argue if they want to, that we should do it differently, and our ETS system should do this or do that, and that's fine, but that's not what we're talking about in this legislation. What we're talking about in this legislation is the Parliament moving to put a statutory bar in the way of tort, and so setting up a parallel and potentially contradictory regime that would work alongside the regime that Parliament has set up, and that's what we're trying to deal with. In terms of the question about arguments about whether or not there is an actual emission, my advice is that both actual or potential emissions are covered by this.
Francisco Hernandez.
Mr. Chair, and I'd like to follow on from a related question that my colleague Camilla Bellich has made, but it's going down a different track. She's asked about the emissions relating to the climate change, but I want to ask about what if a climate changing emission particle has both a climate changing effect, but also a physical effect. So, for example, we know that methane, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide are gases that both change the atmosphere, but they can also cause physical harm. So, for example, let me give an example. If there's a waste dump, or if there's some sort of organics collection facility, or an organics a methane generating plant, for example, that captures biogas and turns it into electricity. So we know that methane has been defined as a emission related climate change effect, but if that factory were to have a leak, for example, and that the methane spilled over into like a local community or polluted the air, because that methane is creating climate change, it's a climate changing gas, does the fact that its exclusion from 272, 2721 and 272, where it seems like if a particle has a climate changing effect, it automatically gets excluded from the tort liability regime. But my question is, obviously the climate changing impact of that is excluded, but what about, the physical effects of that methane particle, for example, or the potential health effects that, methane exposure might cause to an atmosphere. The same goes for other climate changing gases, which, obviously do have climate change effects that are excluded from this regime. But does the exclusion of climate changing particles mean that they're excluded from the other harms they might potentially cause? Or does the tort limitation just apply purely to the climate changing effects? And if it only is intended to limit to the climate changing effects of it, how can the minister reconcile that with subsection 2, which seems to broaden the potential limitations to not just climate changing effects? So, for example, endangering or impairing the life, safety, health, property, of comfort of the public, interfering with or obstructing the public in the exercise or enjoyment of public rights, harm, impairment, or loss or conception, including without limitation, a tika conception of harm, impairment, or loss that is neither physical or economic. So, I accept that it's the government's policy intention to exclude climate change effects from this legislation. I mean, I disagree with everyone in this side of the House disagrees with it. But my concern is to the chair and to the minister is that is this legislation drafted that it's potentially also can act in a way to exclude the harms that might come from climate changing particles that have like physical and other effects if they get loose in the community in sufficient concentrations? Or is there another section of this legislation which explicitly actually distinguishes between them? And if there is, it's distinguishing between them, how does this legislation distinguish between the climate changing effects of it and the actual physical effects of that particular climate change particulate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bar applies to climate change harm caused or contributed to by greenhouse gas emissions. Other forms of tort liability for other types of damage are not affected. For example, matters such as odour or discharge may still be subject to private nuisance claims if they meet the relevant thresholds for liability in common law.
Honourable Dr. Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I have what I think is quite an important question, and that's whether any treaty analysis was done of this amendment bill. There's reference in the new section 272 2D that actually explicitly excludes any claim for harm, including without limitation a tikanga Māori conception of harm. In the Smith case, Smith and Fonterra, the claim that this bill extinguishes was in part a claim for harm to Te Ao Māori, to things that are precious to Māori. And if we look at the Treaty of Waitangi in Article 2, the very thing which was guaranteed there was tanga katoa, poorly, inaccurately translated as lands, forests and fisheries, but in fact means all things precious to Māori. And Mr. Smith's claim is a claim for damage to things which are precious to Māori, including the wider environment, the degradation of biodiversity, and so on and so forth. So what we have here is a bill which actually expressly excludes a claim for harm under a tikanga Māori conception of harm. And so if you're going to do that, whilst the Crown in 1840 promised to give tino rangatiratanga over taonga katoa, then I'm assuming that the Minister thought very carefully about the interplay of those two things. That in saying you can't claim for harm to your treasured possessions, that in the Treaty of Waitangi says, and you have full control and protection of your treasured possessions, those two things don't match. And so here we have a substantial problem, and it's not just the problem of retrospectivity or extinguishing a live action, it's a problem of someone seeking to assert rights which the Crown has promised to protect and to not infringe, and yet this bill here seems to be explicitly, not just by a side wind, but explicitly overriding a claim which is premised on the very things the Crown is bound to protect. Now, we're well aware of the government's approach to the treaty, and it's the fact that it's seeking to change aspects of the law relating to it, but there has been no suggestion that this government doesn't acknowledge that the treaty exists and that it does confer rights, and that the government remains committed to honouring the promises made in the treaty. And the treaty principles bill failed in this House, so the principles which are widely accepted, which include the protection of Māori by the Crown, would seem to be still adhere. And yet here we have the opposite of protection. We have someone bringing a claim that perhaps is a difficult argument to make in the courts, but we have the Crown removing the right of Māori to assert their rights to the protection of their taonga, their precious and treasured things. And so I want to know, Minister, did the ministry itself, your officials, undertake a treaty analysis, and did you go out and ask iwi what they thought of this bill.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr. Chair, the intention of the bar, the intention is that the bar excludes any harm that may potentially be subject of a claim in tort, and tikanga-based conceptions of harm are included because that is an element of the existing Smith case, including tikanga. And so this is simply for the avoidance of doubt. It's not meant to imply that tikanga-based conception of harm are or would be recognised in court tort.
Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it is important to also remind the House what we're looking at here is a bill that fundamentally changes one of the key tenets of Aotearoa's legal system when it comes to tort. Because when we're looking at tort, essentially what we're looking at is a civil wrong other than a breach of contract, which is remedied by ways of an action. But in this case, I want to specifically focus on Clause 4, new section 271(1). And there are a couple of components to this, because one of the things when we're looking at in terms of what tort does and some of the common denominators of Aotearoa's and indeed Westminster's tort system is looking at damage and loss against protected interest. And in this case, personal interest, property interest, real property, personal property, financial position, privacy, all of those falls under the auspices of tort. The issue that we have here then, particularly when we're looking at the new section 271(1)(b), is the breadth that this could cover when it comes to claiming loss of damage to a person's real property that is not on a contractual basis as a result of emissions from a cause that contributed to emissions-related climate change effect. So
could people on that side just keep it down a bit?
One of the things that we are seeing is an increase in climate-charged extreme weather events. Now, those things are not necessarily contract in basis, but has there been any modelling done, which I cannot see in the regulatory impact statement, by the Ministry of Justice on what impact this will have, let's say, rain which then causes a landslide or a mudslide, which then wash away a person's real property, which may not be wholly covered by contract law through, let's say, insurance, or insurance is no longer willing to cover because it's an existing risk. How would those people, in terms of real property, be able to hold anyone accountable for climate change extreme weather events under this piece of legislation? That being one of my questions, but also by observing kind of, I guess, in the civil law sense, when it comes to tort liability for climate, what cost has the government forecast for now the potentially increased number of cases being brought against the government because they can't do it under civil law anymore, under this legislation? Has that been forecasted in terms of an increase in number of litigations against the government? I think the question that the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb raised regarding Te Tiriti o Waitangi is crucial, and I particularly note in the regulatory impact statement, paragraph 67, on page 17, it says option 2, which is the Minister's preferred option, may be perceived as not being consistent with treaty obligations. So my third question to the Minister is, what consultation has the Minister done with Te Puni Kokiri, particularly with the Minister for Māori-Crown Relations? I want to just finish with one final question for this particular bit, noting on the table on page 15 that international implications has withheld. I note that the Minister has consulted with Minister of Foreign affairs and fact around our international obligations. But just thinking to you, depending on the Minister's response to my question, I will have follow-up questions on the implications this will have for our NZ-EU FTA and NZ-UK FTA.
Mr. Chair. I think it's obvious to everybody tuning into this debate, climate change is a thing that affects the whole globe and is New Zealand's contribution to the broader issue is its contribution. It's relatively small compared with other parts of the globe, but you can't separate it from the overall situation. And so governments all around the world, well, some are, some aren't, are attempting in their various ways to respond to that and ultimately to reduce our climate change emissions as a globe in order to respond to the problem that we find. The point is that in the New Zealand context, Parliament has decided to pass the climate change response legislation, which is Parliament's consideration of how best we as a country can make our contribution to responding to what is a global problem. And we all recognise that we can't solve the problem on our own. It is part of a broader global response. That is all unchanged by this legislation that carries on. And New Zealand emitters' responsibilities under the emissions trading system and the regime that we've set up carries on. What we're talking about here is a novel approach being taken or requested around tort liability, which we are ruling out through this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off where the Minister stopped with the international implications of this and the ecosystem implications. I've read commentary on this decision, which was a unanimous decision of our Supreme Court, and I'd point out that is an Indigenous court. It's not what we used to have with the Privy Council. That's our people making reasoned decisions after complex evidence has been heard. But one of the things I've read is that, in fact, it's a really important case internationally because it impacts on places like Africa and the Pacific, where there are similar settings and issues. I wondered whether the Minister had a comment or had sort of advice on the ramifications of something that was already impacting on the way people saw their duties, particularly emitters, and whether that had been taken into account. And then I wanted to ask about the distinction between some of those torts that we have seen, and they're not novel, like public nuisance and like negligence, and the novel tort. And I was thinking about the issues around negligence. Now, negligence is a wholly established tort, and it involves a level of proximity. The test actually involves it being pretty much an anticipation that you are causing somebody harm, etc. There's a balance already in the law there. So the things that would have come in here under that tort, they are already subject to some quite deep legal thinking about where that line is crossed. So I wanted to know whether the Minister had put some thought or got sort of advice about letting those tort actions go forward rather than looking at the new novel one. There's been a lot of focus on the novel one, which is I accept, a novel duty. And so it's quite different in kind. So had he considered allowing the ordinary law to be pursued in this way, that would still incorporate the harms done to people in this country by negligent climate responses. So that was one of the questions I had. I was also interested in whether he had considered a higher threshold as an answer here, which I actually accept. Parliament, eventually it's supreme. It's a good thing that Parliament's supreme. But had he considered a higher threshold in these situations rather than an out-and-out ban on something like this, particularly when we're dealing with new torts like privacy, there's a reluctance to extend into those areas already, but also it's something that Parliament could insist upon in a way that makes more sense to me than an all-out-and-out ban on these things. And then I was struck by the comments made by my friend Dr. Duncan Webb about the potential for other actions. Now, as we know, where there's injustice and harm, one of the best things about our law is people get creative and they find a response. And so there are other ways that I can see this happen. And he said that his colleagues might text him with a few other ideas. I mean, one of those ideas I thought about was unjust enrichment, equitable responses here to this situation. And what was going to happen? Are we going to be back here talking about other areas of the law, or does he want them to play out? And then I wanted to talk about what happened to people who took actions like this. So Mr. Smith takes this action. It's very expensive. There's lawyers working on it night and day. It's not a cheap thing to do, and it gets cut off at the knees after the leave application has been heard and it's been found that there is a legitimate issue here. So when that happens, there's a chilling impact, because if you take litigation and it's expensive, what happens when it gets struck down in the middle of the battle? We don't really get the advantage as a society of finding out what the answers are or to fleshing this out. And I appreciate that the Minister talked about these things happening in a campaign. Well, with respect, we all know that's an extremely limited place to find out these answers. I'd love to know what he thinks about that chilling effect and if he took advice. Thank you.
Steve Abel, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you. In terms of, and we've heard this sort of raised a number of times now around sort of whether this is cutting something off midstream, and that the point that we make is that there is no existing common law climate change tort, and no one has acted on the basis of there being a climate change tort. The transition applied to bar the Smith versus Fonterra case because the Supreme Court refused to strike out the claim, so the case is at a preliminary stage with substantive hearings scheduled for April 2027. And so it will have the effect of removing Mr. Smith's expectation of continuing this proceeding. To the extent that this expectation could be seen as a right, it's a limited right to go to court to argue for the development of a common law that doesn't yet exist. And so we don't regard that as retrospective. In terms of whether we took into account African interest in the Supreme Court ruling, no, I didn't take that into account. Our focus has been on the New Zealand legal setting and having one clear regime in place which Parliament has passed to deal with our climate change emissions. And in terms of a chilling effect, of course, yes, that applies in both directions. We're very conscious of the fact that uncertainty about whether a company is satisfying could absolutely be operating within the rules of the legislation that Parliament has passed, but still potentially be liable for something beyond that and potentially contradictory with that. We were concerned that would have a chilling impact on investment decisions over time, which ultimately will have consequences for broader living standards in this country, because all economic growth ultimately depends on investment.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the point you just made, Minister, that it's your view that it didn't have a retrospective nature. That was not the view of the Ministry of Justice, was it? Who says in the regulatory impact statement...
Can I invite the member to just direct your comments through the chair? That'd be... Don't use...
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The Minister's assertion that there was not a retrospective nature was not the view of the Ministry of Justice, who stated that a retrospective statutory bar will likely not outweigh the costs of intervening in active litigation and the resulting impact in confidence and regulatory stability. And furthermore, the Minister's earlier suggestion, Mr Chair, that one pathway to solving this problem for our side of the House would be to campaign against it and overturn it. What was the Ministry's advice on the downsides to that level of regulatory instability should the legislation not endure across changes of government? Noting that a statutory bar, in the view of the Ministry, may adversely impact businesses' reputations if the law was seen as shielding them from what would otherwise be actionable behaviour. And indeed, a highly contested statutory bar may create doubts about its longevity across future governments. If the legal framework regarding tortious liability for greenhouse gas emissions shifts over time, this would have the effect of making the law less clear for businesses than the general public. Minister, what did you think of that advice, and to what extent did you take it into account?
Just a reminder again, you're using you again.
Pardon me. Mr Chair, I wonder what the Minister considered of that advice and to what extent he took it into account when making the decision to proceed with this legislation. Another question I have is in regard to Part 8, 271. The Minister has made the point, Mr Chair, that we are a small contributor to climate change on a global scale. It is a planetary problem. It is a poly-crisis. Is there not a risk, or what is the risk, in extinguishing tort as a pathway for addressing climate change, given indeed it is tort law that has found the core principle that no matter how little you contribute to a problem, you are still liable for that problem? So in the centuries, even preceding the existence of New Zealand, common law established that if a group of people were tried for the murder of somebody and each of them had dropped but one drop of poison in a glass, but the 10 drops that they placed added up to a poisonous mix, they could not use the defence that they only placed one drop and that single drop was not poisonous in itself, not sufficient to kill the person who died. And that was exactly the principle established in common law through tort, that your small contribute, no matter how multifarious the sources of pollution are, no single polluter is exempt from liability for the combined effect. What, in this striking out of this option in relation to climate change, effect does the bill have on the general principle of liability for one's part, even if it is only small in the overall effect? Another point that has been raised by my colleague Duncan Webb is the question of Māori consultation or Māori consideration. It is also very clear from the regulatory impact statement that there was no Māori consultation. But equally concerning, there has been no consultation with the other party affected by the striking out of this right, namely Mr Smith. We know, because it has been well documented in the media now and because there's been an Ombudsman report on it, that Fonterra was effectively engaged directly with the government on this matter.
What does this relate to?
What actions did the Minister, Mr Chair, consider in his obligations? Mr Chair, thank you. What actions did the Minister consider were his obligations to consult the most impacted party in this legislation, i.e. Mr Smith, when he was aware that his government had been liaising with Fonterra, who were directly asking for the extinguishment of Mr Smith's tort right?
Mr. Chair.
Paul Goldsmith.
There was a large number of questions in that previous contribution. One of them was around whether, as Minister, I took into account, and whether the government of the day took into account the advice from the Ministry of Justice. The answer to that is yes, we always take into account their advice. In terms of my suggestions around campaigning, that was in reference to whether people were not satisfied with the broad Climate Change Act response that we have underway and the ETS system and what it applies to and what it doesn't apply to. And that is the natural territory of disagreements between parties that are sorted out in the way that we get support from the general public for our particular view. And so people have referred to agricultural emissions not being part of that, and that's something that any future government could campaign on or not. And that's the natural flow of discussions and debate within our parliamentary context. But the framework for it is the legislation, which is, we believe, the appropriate place for decisions to be made in this context. In terms of consultation, this bill has been done in a timely fashion, but of course everybody has had the opportunity, Māori and non-Māori alike, to contribute through the select committee process. Ministers, yes, there were discussions with parties involved in this, and it is my understanding that Mike Smith also met with two ministers, the Minister of Climate Change and the Minister of Māori Development as well. Now, I don't know exactly what was discussed there, but he certainly met with two ministers as well.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a relatively procedural point around the litigation, and I do think that this legislation should actually refer in its title to the case that it's extinguishing. This bill extinguishes the litigation that Mike Smith has brought, and he has managed since 2019 through numerous interlocutory actions, stride-out applications and appeals, get to the point where the Supreme Court said you're allowed to argue it and we'll set it down for next year. That's not cheap. And this government, in some of its legislation going through this House, has been very clear that where it deprives a citizen of something, the depriving authority should provide regulatory relief, right? And so Mike Smith didn't manage to get to the point where an award was made by the courts. That's being taken away. But he certainly has invested many thousands of hours and dollars into this. So my question is procedural because it's about costs. Now, given that the government has made a policy decision to deprive Mr. Smith of his right to pursue this further, he now has the problem of wasted costs. And the thing that is prohibited is tort liability. Now, court costs are not tort liability, but we've got a problem in that we've got a statutory bar and to bringing in further pursuing actions. So my question's actually relatively simple. Is Mr. Mike Smith barred from seeking to recover the costs of his claim from Fonterra and the other litigants? Because those other litigants, as is normal for supermassive corporate interests, have opposed him procedurally at every possible step of the way. And, you know, litigation by exhaustion is a pretty well-established tactic of big corporates. And they've been proved wrong. They've been shown that, in fact, Mike Smith does have an arguable case, and in any usual proceeding, the court would award costs to the successful litigant of these interlocutory steps. And in fact, the court, if it found those steps to be intentionally obstructive and without merit, can award increased costs or even actual costs. So it's that's a genuine part of the legal system. And so the question is a fair one, because the lawyers involved in the out-of-pocket expenses for filing documents and evidence and all of those things don't come cheap. So the question's a pretty simple one, and it's one I'm very hopeful that the Minister can answer. So if he could respond to that, I'm sure the House and Mike Smith, if the answer's in the affirmative, would be very pleased.
Mr Chair.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and obviously a lot to consider in this bill. And I do have a few questions following from the Minister's previous answers. And the first one is in relation to the Ministry of Justice. The Minister stated that he did take into account the Ministry of Justice's advice. However, he did not listen to it, in that he stated, the Ministry of Justice clearly stated preferred option in the regulatory impact statement is that no regulatory intervention at this time. That is the advice of his expert officials who are advising him at the Ministry of Justice. And I think, although he said he took it into account, I think it is incumbent on the Minister to explain why he decided to ignore that advice from his specialist ministry and pursue this case against this bill against Mike Smith. It almost is like a case. Mr Chair, I think there's also some really fundamental aspects of this bill which I think it's important to clarify what the Minister's view is on them. And the first point is, I believe I heard the Minister state that this was not retrospective in an earlier contribution. Now, how can this be correct, Mr Chair? And going back to the clause that we're looking at, and I understand we're still looking at clause 4, so if we look at 2713, we see that the emissions as defined in this bill are all or any activity, the related activity, the emissions, the effects occurred in whole or in part before, at or after the commencement of this part. Before, at, those are words that state that this bill is retrospective. And so I think it's important that the Minister clarifies that is what is stated in this bill, and it is clearly, from the words of this bill, drafted by this Minister, who is responsible for this bill, what it indicates. I also think it's really important to establish whether there is an issue, whether there is a current claim. And I want to walk through this a wee bit, if I may, Mr Chair. It beggars belief that a bill would be brought to this House to extinguish a claim that does not exist or does not have the potential of existing at all. And that seems to be what the Minister is saying. So the answer surely has to be, and I'd like the Minister to respond to this, that the Supreme Court has found that this claim may exist. And to take that a step further, if Mr Smith was allowed to proceed with his trial, which we know this government has denied him through this bill or intends to deny him that right, then the finding that the Supreme Court, or the High Court in fact, because his case will be referred back down, would need to find would be that there is an existing common law right. The High Court can not simply be directed by the Supreme Court to consider a claim and then make a finding either for Mr Smith or against Mr Smith with nothing there. The right that the Minister is extinguishing is the common law right that the High Court may find currently exists. And so in that sense, does the Minister accept that he is, if potentially, because we we can't say for certain because he's intervened against the advice of the Ministry of Justice in the middle of court proceedings, an existing common law right to bring a claim of emissions-related tort. I think those are really important initial questions to clarify based on the Minister's comments and also as they relate to the clear retrospectivity in 2713. And I do have some further questions on that, but I'll leave the Minister to.
Of course, they're not preliminary questions, they're questions I've been asked already and I've answered several times already. So in terms of the question of Mr Webb, in terms of entitlement to compensation, I refer him to clause 54 of the schedule, which says there is no entitlement to compensation. And in terms of the question in terms of whether the government did not, well, I think I've heard the word ignored the Ministry's advice, and I've heard not listened to the Ministry's advice. The government, of course, did neither of those two things. We did hear the advice. We didn't ignore it. We didn't agree with it. That was the difference. And our view is that New Zealand's regulatory approach to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change harm should be managed by Parliament and the Executive. That is our view. Now, the officials may not agree with it, but they are not accountable to the people to the same degree that we are. And in terms of retrospectivity, again, I've outlined this, and I'm repeating myself, but the bill contains a prospective statutory bar on tort liability. This is not retrospective because there is no existing common law climate change tort, and no one has acted on the basis of there being a climate change tort. What it does do is the transitional provisions will have the effect of removing Mr Smith's expectations of continuing this proceeding. To the extent that this expectation could be seen as a right, it's a limited right to go to court to argue for the development in the common law that does not yet exist.
Dr. Aronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions to the Minister. And on the first, pick up by what the Minister said, and this reflects one of the questions I asked before, which is, if it is up to the executive government to be responsible for the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, does that mean that we're going to be seeing more cases being brought against the executive and the government as a result of this legislation, and what are some of the forecasted costs for that? I hear what the Minister's response to my earlier question, but what I was specifically asking for is around our trade agreement obligations, not our international obligations, not in terms of Aotearoa New Zealand's role within the global climate justice and crisis space. What I'm specifically asking for is, would this violate certain clauses in our existing New Zealand-UK Free Trade Agreement and New Zealand-EU Free Trade Agreement? Now, NZ-EU FTA has specific clauses around the fact that a party to that agreement cannot reduce their climate obligations. And this could be argued as a way of reducing some of the accountability measures. So what conversations then has there been with our EU counterpart regarding our continued alignment in terms of our free trade agreement? Being my first question. My second question is, as we see at the beginning of this year, as of 1st of January 2026, we see CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanisms, being in full force. Now, we are also a part of that, and we have, you know, in terms of some of the conversations we have with MFAT, that is something that is being made aware and being worked through within our domestic exporters on how that some of that carbon tax could potentially develop and evolve. What would this potentially affect in terms of, I guess, the EU's tightening around emissions and regulations of their emissions as well? One of the things I want to specifically draw attention to in terms of the new section 2713A is around the fact it does not matter if any of these activities, the related activities, the emissions and the effect occurred in or outside of New Zealand. What it doesn't state, for example, is whether the person that this particular part applies to needs to be in or outside of New Zealand. So that's a question. Does the person, i.e. the legal person by this definition, needs to be in or outside of New Zealand because it specifies activity, not just simply the effect? What domestic jurisdiction do we have then internationally when it is a legal person outside of New Zealand contributing to effect outside of New Zealand? Why does that even need to be in this piece of legislation in the first place? If the Minister wouldn't mind giving an example. My final question is, if you're looking at page 9 of the regulatory impact statement, paragraph 25, it says that there are no engagement with businesses. What business confidence or economic are we talking about if there's no engagement? The Minister stated that there is engagement with Fonterra. I'm assuming Fonterra is a business, yet it's not in a regulatory impact statement. I just find that perplexing that on one hand you say that there has been business engagement, on the other hand the regulatory impact statement states there has not been any business engagement. So if the Minister wouldn't mind just clarifying that, or is lobbying not considered engagement?
Mr. Chair. Honourable Goldsmith.
The first question was in relation to around whether there would be an increase in litigation against the government. Of course, I can't predict the future on that, and so time will tell. In terms of international trade obligations, I can inform the House that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade was consulted in the development of this bill, gave us advice. The exact details of that advice is, however, legally privileged. In terms of whether activities are covered overseas, the bill covers whether somebody may the bill covers activities, emissions and climate change effects both in and outside New Zealand. It means that no one could be liable in tort in New Zealand, regardless of whether the relevant activity emissions where the activity or emissions take place, which is obvious given the fact that this is a global issue that we're dealing with.
Before I take the next call, I just wanted to acknowledge that there has been new material that has come up, but there is some repetition, and wanted to acknowledge that the Minister has addressed the question around the intentions, the policy intention around, for example, the preference to option 2 in the RIS. So if I could ask members to focus on new material, and also it is helpful to focus on different specific clauses as well, and I'll go to Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Noted, and I do have some specific new questions for the Minister in relation to clause 272, which looks at the meaning of climate change effects. Now, the parts of this clause that I wanted to focus on is 2722, which defines the types of damage, harm, and interference, loss, obstruction, and wrong. Now, this, from my reading of this is quite a substantive and all-encompassing provision. But I wanted to ask a few specific questions to the Minister around the particular definitions of this, and also the points that he raised around noise and smell potentially being able to be included. So if we look at 2722B, we see that the definition of damage, harm, etc. Also includes comfort. And I just wanted to ask him, when he says that noise and smell noise and smell possibly associated with climate change torts may be able to continue. Did he receive specific advice that he is satisfied with that does not allow that to come under 272(2)(b, because it appears arguable that it may. So I think that that's important to consider that. Additionally, in 272(f), we see that comfort, health, I suppose, noise might impact health is also included in this definition. So just any advice on the reasoning around those particular things, his confidence in those not being excluded. The other question I had around this particular section is the idea and the concept of where there's a right, there is a remedy. And many of these examples put in place codified existing public rights. For example, property rights, safety rights, the right to public exercise and enjoyment of public rights. These are existing. Not all of these listed. I'm not arguing that they're all existing public rights, but arguably many of them are existing public rights. So the question is, when there is a climate-related, and this could be not the objection to this, and I think this is an important point, could not merely be because of the emissions. It could be associated with emissions. So it could be discomfort, it could be damage, it could be things impacting on one's enjoyment of public rights, and the main objection to that would be my public enjoyment of my rights has been impacted, not I'm concerned that this person has released greenhouse gas as a climate emitter. What right do the people who may be subject to these kinds of impacts on their private property have in the future? Because we know at the moment that we are experiencing the impacts of climate change, and unless something is done dramatically, these are likely to increase in the future. And so the situation that I'm sure the Minister would agree needs to be avoided is when these types of impacts by third parties due to things associated with climate change, but perhaps the immediate concern is not the climate change, it's actually the damage to the property, or it's the damage to the public enjoyment, or it's the noise or the smell or whatever it is, that these are not, that their right to take action when that type of damage occurs is not inadvertently prevented by this legislation. And that is because of also, I would expect that the Minister would think that some of these quite key public rights are impacted, that there should be an ability to take action, because it's annoying when your public comfort of the public and your health and life and safety are impacted. And the other thing I just want to ask while I still have this call is, when we talk about harm, do we also include death in that?
Mr. Chair. Honourable Wilson.
The bill defines emission-related climate change harm broadly in terms of the types of harm covered. It includes climate change as defined by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and any damage, harm, interference, loss, obstruction or wrong in or outside of New Zealand to the extent that it may have been caused by climate change. The list of harms is not necessarily based on harms that are recognised harms in tort. They're based on the tort claims in the Smith and Contera case and the elements of the criminal nuisance in the Crimes Act. The intention is that any harm that may be said to be caused by greenhouse gas emissions and their contribution to climate change should be excluded from tort liability.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a relatively short call, I think, but it's on essentially legislative quality, because this House passed, of course, the Regulatory Standards Act late last year, an act that is now fully in force, and it sets out in the Act principles of good lawmaking. And one of those principles that has been touched on is that a law should not affect the rights and interests or liberties of a person retrospectively. And I think this House accepts that this is retrospective legislation. But further down in that section, in section 9 of that Act, it talks about principles of good lawmaking. And I would be very interested to hear from the Minister whether he turned his mind to the principles of good lawmaking. The second principle is the importance of carefully evaluating the issue concerned. I mean, that's essentially what is the problem, and does this address it? Now, I guess I'm interested in the Minister's thinking around this, because there actually isn't a problem. The court has not made any finding about the existence of any tort in respect of climate change. And in terms of defining the problem, it's hard to justify coming to this House where the problem is the courts might make a decision which makes the Climate Change Response Act less workable, because it simply hasn't happened, and you are legislating on a hypothetical. And if this legislature was to intervene every time a hypothetical problem arose, we'd be busy, very busy indeed. And of course, the other key principle is the importance of consulting the person or representative of the person that is going to be affected by the legislation. And it appears the only people that were genuinely consulted were consulted by the Prime Minister's office in secret, and that was the litigants to this action. Now, I'm just kind of perplexed as to how the Minister can say that this has been properly consulted on after all of the policy decisions have been made. Because the Minister stands up and says, and this has been done very quickly through a truncated process, and the Minister stands up and says, well, everyone's had their say. We know that if you think there's a problem, the next step is to frame what the possible range of solutions might be to it, and then to consult on a range of possibilities. So to come to select committee and say, okay, here's the problem and the solution, have you got any minor tweaks, is not genuine consultation at all. Now, there's a whole lot of other principles of good lawmaking in there that also could be scrutinised, but they're the two I'd really like to understand, and particularly that consultation principle, because it does appear not only was there no consultation, but the consultation that did exist was wildly uneven. That one person got to have a secret meeting and to identify the problem and design the solution, and then that the rest of us have to turn up to select committee with a fait accompli.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
A select committee, of course, is not a fait accompli, and many changes are made at the course of a select committee in legislation before this House. I can assure the member I did turn my mind to the principles of good lawmaking, and we gave that very careful consideration. I do find there's a slight contradiction between his continual reference to it only being a hypothetical problem, but at the same time arguing that it's a retrospective change. Which one is it? Is it hypothetical or is it retrospective? The point I've answered the question around retrospectivity about 3 times now, and so I'm not going to go over that again. I've also answered the question around consultation 2 or 3 times, and I won't go through that again.
Arana Williams.
Madam Chair, following on from my colleague Camilla Bellich's questions about the definition of harm, I want to ask the Minister about why there is not a G here which references those taonga tuku iho that are protected by clause Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I'll read him the leading authority from Justice Chilwell. It's a 1987 case, Huakina, which we will be familiar with, so that I can ask him the question better.
Can I just interrupt, member? I'm just catching up with the
272 F, D, and hypothetical G. Justice Chilwell writes, there can be no doubt that the treaty is part of the fabric of New Zealand society. It follows that there is a part of the context in which legislation which impinges on its principles is to be interpreted when it is proper in accordance with the principles of statutory interpretation to have resort to extrinsic material. What he's saying there, and he gave rise to a series of cases that established, which is that if legislation like this at 272.2 doesn't explicitly have a reference to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, then you should read it in. So I'm asking the Minister whether he took advice on whether he could have a G which excluded harm to those things which are protected in Article 2 under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, or whether he deliberately excluded it, which, you know, generally the principles of legislative interpretation would say that he did deliberately exclude it, so making out harm under a tortious claim that related to things which are protected under Te Tiriti o Waitangi are allowed. The reason I ask him about that is because the line of cases which followed Huakina are about developing that reference to other statutes, even though they're not directly referenced in any given statute. So cases that relate to that are things like Māori broadcast spectrum and the Manukau Harbour cases, which establish that if it wasn't explicitly excluded, then making out a claim either in from a public law perspective or through the law of tort or through a civil claim, you could bring in things which are protected for Māori by Te Tiriti o Waitangi, like access to the broadcast spectrum or like access to planning decisions about the Manukau Harbour. So my question is, he hasn't excluded here a sort of conception of harm to taonga tuku iho that are protected under Article 2. He's simply gone with a limitation around tikanga Māori, which we'll return to soon. But those two things are different under the case law, that throughout the 80s, 90s and 2000s, it wasn't available to pursue harm that was related to a tikanga Māori perception. That follows the Takamorea case that did not rely on Te Tiriti o Waitangi or Article 2 protections. So before that, all of the law set out was about establishing a link to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and he's not excluded that. So are those lines of case law which were developed around, say, natural resources, access to broadcast spectrum, the use of planning instruments, forests, lands case, is all of that still able to be made out under a conception of harm through tort liability if it relates to those things which are protected by the Constitution? I would say that they are, but it would be useful if he could clarify that.
Oh, Tom Rutherford.
I move the debate on this question now close.
Look, I can see that I've, you know, since I've been here, that the first part of part one has been thoroughly interrogated, but I think it's time we moved forward. Steve Abel.
Madam Chair, thank you. So first part including 272? Yes. Okay.
Including 272, that's, I can see that there's been quite a lot of debate around that particular
part. I will move beyond that, but if you'll suffer me to ask one final question, I would appreciate it, Madam Chair. It's regarding the property section of 272.2b. I wonder, Madam Chair, if the Minister might elucidate for us where there's an effective extinguishment of the right of somebody to make a claim against harm to their property, it is a removal of a property right. And given that there has, according to the RIS, been no engagement with business, how does he disabuse the public or the wider community of the perception that this action very specifically protects the property of the 6 companies engaged in the Smith-Fonterra litigation while sacrificing the property rights of everybody else. And indeed, where he has asserted that the purpose of the legislation is to give certainty to business, yet there is no identified evidence that the ongoing court proceedings have had any measurable impact on business confidence. Does the Minister have some evidence available that he can present to the House that shows that there is a risk to business or property from the case proceeding? Because he has made that assertion. So my key question is around the extinguishment of the broader property right of the public, including Mike Smith, versus the protection of the property rights of those engaged in the Smith-Fonterra case, those 6 companies, corporations or cooperatives. In terms of 273, moving on to 273, in terms of emissions of greenhouse gases, what I might do is I might come back to that. I'll leave it there and come back to 273 later.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Just very quickly on this one, Madam Chair. Of course, there are no fruits of the litigation because the tort itself, the substantive question, hasn't been determined. This legislation prevents a climate tort from being created in a parallel system. So no property rights exist that can be extinguished. So that question is adequately answered. And there was a question around any evidence available of risk to business and property if the case proceeds. Well, if the case proceeds as the litigant wanted it to proceed, it would arguably create a massive amount of retrospective liability which would overlap and disrupt with the existing legislative framework which deals with climate change, which is the ETS. So insofar as there are property rights engaged, they are covered by the ETS. And I would point the member to the submissions made by many business and affected parties about the impact of such a climate tort if it were to proceed, not least of which it would contradict the existing statutory scheme that has been in place for well over 20 years now.
Camilla Billett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too will move on to 273. But I just wanted to pick up on a point that the Minister made around the existence of this tort not currently existing and to be created by the courts. Well, as a former lawyer, I'm sure the Minister will recognise that what the courts do is not create things but recognise existing rights. And so it is not actually the creation of the new tort which this bill is preventing, it's actually the recognition of the existence of that tort. So I think it's an important distinction, and that is why Dr. Duncan Webb is right in that the recognition of it is hypothetical, but the retrospectivity, if it does exist, is also correct to argue as well. So I don't think there's any argument about those being mutually exclusive. Madam Chair, in relation to 273, I do have some questions, and I want to start with my colleague Steve Abel has discussed the definitions of greenhouse gas and emissions. I want to look at the definition of person. We did cover earlier parts of that in terms of companies being covered, and so I think that's accepted, and I won't ask any more questions on that. But I do want to ask, why has the Minister decided, and why has the government decided, to exempt themselves for liability in relation to future tort? What is the government afraid of in terms of its actions that may be used to establish a tort that currently exists in relation to climate change emissions? Now, at Select Committee, and in all of the rhetoric that we've heard around this bill, we heard the purpose of this bill is to provide certainty to business. It's to provide certainty so that companies like those who we now know approach the Prime Minister's office with concerns around this cause of action are protected from court cases being taken against them. And although I don't think that is right, I accept that that is the purpose of this Act. What I don't accept, and I don't think has been fully explained or engaged with at all, is why, as the Government of New Zealand, why have we excluded this government and future governments from liability in related to climate-related torts? Surely the one legal person that should be subject to this, if we accept the arguments around business certainty, business confidence, which I personally don't accept, surely there still should be a place for citizens to be able to challenge their government on the effectiveness of the emissions trading regime, on the effectiveness of the climate change bill, on the effectiveness of whether these actions are actually reducing or creating this huge list of harm that we've gone through already. The public deserves the right to hold the state accountable for failures that create harm in their public property and their private property, to their health, all of those things which are listed earlier in the same section. But the government has decided to exclude liability for that. And I want to know the reasoning for that, because we've heard about businesses, we haven't heard about the government. So I think that is a really important point that the Minister answers.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Just on the Crown liability point, it's a commonly understood and accepted principle that the Crown is, barring a few exemptions under the Crown Proceedings Act, generally not liable under tort. So it's a continuation of that relatively accepted and commonly held principle. And just in terms of the very first question around this being the role of the courts, or the courts don't create law, they just recognise existing rights. Well, that's a legal philosophy argument that's been tossed around for years and years and years. And some could make the argument that the idea that the courts just suddenly discover what the law has always been is a little bit of a legal fiction, because of course once they discover what the law has always been, they can retrospectively apply that law and the liabilities that adhere to it back as far as they would like. So that's probably more a discussion for a professorial lecture maybe in December by some professors, but that's that.
Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask the Minister about the point of public liability in relation to his new definition of tort liability as applies to climate emissions and harm to Indigenous rights. And the context for this question is that Mr Smith is a kaumātua of Ngā Puhi and Ngāti Kahu, and his claim relates to not only his property at Wainui Bay but also his cultural interests there. As I told you, Madam Chair, it relates both to tikanga Māori conceptions of harm, but also to harm to things that Mr Smith personally is guaranteed under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. His enjoyment of those taonga tuku iho which are passed down to him that are being affected now as warm waters rise around the pā sites and the urupā at Wainui Bay. And the fisheries of his traditional harvest are affected by that as well, and where the wāhi tapu at Wainui Bay will and is currently being flooded. So my question there is that real harm exists, and that has been excluded from a tikanga Māori conception of harm. So he's not able to make out a case of tortious liability caused by climate change because, in his view, his spiritual connection with those sites is undermined. But it seems that he is allowed to make a claim because those things are guaranteed under Article 2 under the treaty. And the Minister didn't dispute that. So my question then about Crown liability is it only taxpayers that are on the hook for that kind of damage? Because what hasn't been excluded here is the very long established public nuisance and negligence claims that could be made for damage to those sites when they arise under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Because what is being damaged here is physical. and it is guaranteed to him. His rights of fisheries harvests have a value that is monetary, and but that is guaranteed not only to him personally but to his descendants. Is it the case that the Crown in this amendment has excluded public nuisance and negligence for everything else, but that those things that are guaranteed to Mr. Smith that have a monetary value, the Crown is still on the hook for? And I also want to ask whether claims that arise because of this damage can continue to be sought, because in effect they are, because often the sort of Crown agency who would deal with things like fisheries access in a small area like Wainui Bay is not represented by the Minister of Treaty Negotiations. It happens at a local level, and that these disputes are resolved not necessarily monetarily but through negotiation. That is still an exercise of public power that arises from a treaty relationship that the Crown owes to Māori, but it actually happens by exercise of public power at some of the most grassroots level. So I want to ask the Minister, does Mike still have a claim? He can't go out on the beach and harvest fish anymore. That is guaranteed to him by Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Public negligence was available to him before. Is it still available now?
The Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, while in terms of claims around nuisance and negligence, the member will know that there are requirements in those actions to prove causation, and one of the reasons why the courts have dipped their toe into a potential climate tort is because causation would be incredibly difficult to prove, because you actually have to prove harm caused by the actions, and it is very difficult when you've got such a long way and no nexus, because you could in theory take that argument to the extreme where each one of us expressing carbon in this chamber could be on the hook for causing that harm. So that's the problem with nuisance and negligence claims, and that's why the courts looked at a climate tort. It's also why we have a statutory system to deal with the effect of emissions in New Zealand, the ETS, and we've had this for 20 years. We have a statutory scheme which has been generally agreed upon across Parliament for about 20 years, or over 20 years. And it is the scheme and the system which we think is the best way to deal with the impacts and the effects of climate emissions and the costs that they impose on people and how you reduce those emissions over time. And we don't think that a court-mandated parallel system, which could be potentially open-ended, impose retrospective liability is the right way to do it. And that's why we are passing this law today.
Dr. Vanessa Weening.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I think there's one section that hasn't been touched yet, so I'm going to invite a little bit more debate. Honourable Dr. Duncan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and I know exactly the section you're talking about, and it's in the schedule, which is part of this part, I understand, and it relates to proceedings, the definition of proceedings, because, my colleague Aotearoa Williams just talked about treaty breaches, and it strikes me that the definition of a proceeding does not capture any proceedings before a commission of inquiry. And of course it strikes me that therefore that the only place that this claim can go perhaps as a tort claim is before the Waitangi Tribunal. And I just want to make sure that that in fact is not barred. Now the claim would have to be reformulated, but as I understand it, there's a narrow band of cases, and I suspect that this Minister knows this area of the law better than me. There's a narrow band of cases where binding orders can be made by the Waitangi Tribunal in respect to forests. Yes, thank you. My colleague is very knowledgeable in this area of the law. I clearly am not. And so it strikes me that if we reframed this as a failure by government to properly regulate by, by, for example, subsidising highly emitting cement producers and not following up on the free units that they have been getting since time immemorial, or at least the conception of this legislation, that could be brought before the tribunal. And in fact, this piece of legislation itself is another matter that could be brought before the tribunal, because it's called a Waitangi Tribunal, but if you read the Act as I understand it, it's actually not a tribunal at all. It's a permanent commission of inquiry. So I just want to make clear that the government's intention and the meaning of that, of proceedings there, does not bar proceedings before a commission of inquiry.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meager.
Madam Chair, this bill is about tort liability. It's not about other proceedings, and commissions of inquiry don't determine tort liability.
Francisco Hernandez.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's right. Every speaker has done it, Madam Chair, except, of course, from my colleague Tiana Tuiono, because he's in the same party as me, so could get him kicked out if he did do that.
Thank you.
I couldn't actually, but thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a call to respond to the ministers, what the minister said, and also to go over, as you say, the schedule, Madam Chair, which has had very little discussion so far. But before I move on to that, I wanted to bring the point that the minister and the chair has said, in that the government doesn't want to see a parallel regime set up, and that the emissions trading scheme is the government's primary tool to deal with the climate change issue. I'm not sure if the minister is aware, but New Zealand already has a parallel regime in the sense that agricultural emissions is not actually in the emissions trading scheme, and that's actually partly what Mr. Smith's lawsuit was about. So because there's already a parallel regime in that agricultural emissions are not covered under the emissions trading scheme. So the claim that this system will set up a parallel regime doesn't actually recognize the current reality of an existing parallel regime. I want to, before I turn to the schedule, I wanted to ask a question to clarify the definition of climate change from the minister, and to check my understanding on whether emissions that change, that potentially harm the ozone layer are included in the climate change effects and included in the climate tort regime that this bill excludes, not only in the schedule, Madam Chair, but also in earlier parts of this legislation. And it is important to get a definition right for climate change, because it potentially creates a loophole around the ozone layer issue. So I accept that the climate change is defined in 273. And if we look at the 273, climate change has the meaning given to it in Article 1, Paragraph 2 of the Convention. And if we look at Article 1, Paragraph 2 of the Convention, it says that climate change means a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and which is in addition to the natural climate variability observed over comparable time periods. Now, my question to the minister is, does that include the ozone layer? Because some of the emissions that, which include refrigerants, some of which have a very high global warming potential, harm not just in terms of emissions, but they also potentially create ozone layer effects. Now, is the ozone layer covered under the definition of climate change, and will that exclude torts that relate to harmful effects of refrigerants in terms of the ozone layer? My second question is around moving on now to the schedule, and I really would like the minister to consider one of the amendments that I've drafted around the schedule 50 that Schedule New Part 7 inserted into Schedule 1AA, Part 7, Section 54. And that amendment is actually makes a reference to what the Minister in the Chair referred to in his second reading speech, which is the establishment of the Accident Compensation Corporation Scheme. So we know that when the ACC was established, that the existing tort regime around personal injury was changed around that. So my proposal is to potentially create a system which compensates people who've had their rights extinguished under this claim. I proposed two different ways that might be done. The first is using a calculation around the previous emissions trading scheme auction, which links it to the price of the New Zealand unit. So the previous auction which cleared, that will be the price of the compensation around the claimant is seeking. The second potential regime is around the idea of the social cost of carbon. Now, the social cost of carbon is a figure that some people calculate, but Treasury also publishes a calculation of. So using one of those two figures, we can establish a regime that compensates people whose rights have been extinguished under the scheme, which I hope that the Minister does consider under the schedule. Thank you.
Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, taking the questions in reverse order from the member formerly known as Fran, but as Francisco Hernandez. No, we won't be taking up that suggestion because no rights have crystallised. This bill prevents the creation of a tort of climate, and so therefore no rights exist. The second was around ozone, that I'm sure the officials can provide some clarity on, because I don't know the convention particularly well. But the first one was around an existing, a parallel regime already existing. Well, the ETS is a part of the Climate Response Act, which is the regulatory framework. And of course, within the Climate Change Response Act and the ETS settings, governments and parliaments are entitled to make changes to include or exclude sectors as they please. The previous government did that. They brought agriculture into the system, which would have decimated most of our sheep and beef sector and caused significant price increases to food and caused severe hardship on food around the country and the world. So this government decided to change those settings and remove agriculture from the ETS. But all of that was done within the existing statutory framework, which is the appropriate place to make those decisions. The appropriate place would be through the Parliament, not through the courts, through the creation of a climate tort, which is what this bill is seeking to stop.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to take a call. I have one discrete question on 274, which I don't think has been asked about, which is when the 274 talks about the statutory bar being unaffected by other applicable legislation, what types of action, I have read through this a few times and I'm not sure what types of action this is talking about. So I wondered if the Minister could answer that. I also just wanted to now go to the schedule, which is the last area in this part, and just ask the Minister in relation to 52 and 53, these changes that are made in Part 8 to the primary piece of legislation, is this duplicating, in 52 specifically, is 52 duplicating the actions of this amendment bill because it just seems like this has already been repeated previously in the Act. I specifically want to talk about 53 because this is when we talk about Mike Smith and also 54. I mean, this is, I think the important the House pauses and just see how extraordinary it is to see actual proceedings listed current proceedings listed and a clause that says any other proceedings commence not finally determined, including any repeal or rehearing before the commencement. I mean, that is just, I don't know if I'd be surprised if PCO actually had many examples of similar clauses that they'd use, but that is truly an extraordinary thing to see. 53 of the schedule, all of existing litigation has been totally quashed by this Act. And that relates to my question in 54, which is, we heard from the Minister earlier that he was not thinking about compensation. And in 54 it says no person is entitled to compensation in this Act at any kind. And I just wonder, did he think, considering he's been so specific about Mike Smith in 53, of specifically naming the person whose rights to have his day in court heard, that this government has taken away, and his specific decision that Mike Smith not be entitled to compensation, despite this citizen of New Zealand, this person who is a tangata whenua of this country, bringing a claim, spending thousands of dollars to have this heard in court, and not the government not even wanting to provide him compensation for the costs that he and his legal team and the time that has already incurred. That is simply extraordinary. We did hear from another minister acting on behalf of the minister that a comparable example for an extinguishment in tort like this case was the Accident Compensation Corporation. However, the key thing about the accident compensation is that there is compensation involved in it too. So I said to that previous minister acting on the behalf of the minister, I didn't think that was a good example. I'm happy if the minister wants to reflect on whether he agrees with that. But so specifically, outstanding questions in relation to 274 and when that applies, and the specific reason why the minister decided not to include Mike Smith in the compensation exclusion clause, which is 54, the last part of the schedule.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you. Yes, I do acknowledge this is unusual to be having particular court cases named, but it is necessary, and no, we didn't give thought to using a particular name in clause 54.
Madam Chair. I am definitely looking for new material. Arana Williams.
Just a clarifying question, Madam Chair. The value of the clause 54 in the schedule, I'm asking the Minister whether he knows the dollar figure of the cost that was accrued by the named litigant, Mr Smith, that he has effectively lost because of the effect of clause 54, and what it cost Fonterra to get clause 54.
The answer is no, I don't know that figure.
Paul Goldsmith. Stuart Smith.
I move debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes against.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Axe New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Manamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to delete clause 3 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to delete clause 4 is out of order as being contrary to the principles and objects of the bill. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 271 brackets 1, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Noes have it. Aye. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Axe New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour. Taku Te Ferris. 1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 271 brackets 1 brackets A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Te Anō Tuiono's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 271 brackets 1 brackets A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 271 brackets 1 brackets A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 4 replacing new section 271 brackets 1 brackets B be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4 to insert new section 271 brackets 1 brackets C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to clause 4 to insert new section 271 brackets 1 brackets C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to clause 4 to insert new section 271 brackets 1 brackets C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 271 brackets 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Marabin Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 271 brackets 2, is out of order as being the same in substance as previous amendment. The question is that Tamitha Paul's tabled amendment to clause 4, inserting new section 271 brackets 2A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Noes have it. No.
The party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Mariamino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 271 brackets 2, is out of order as being contrary to the principles and objects of the bill. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 271 brackets 3 brackets A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 271 brackets 3 brackets C, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Ayes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 271 brackets 3 brackets D, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Murray Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 4, inserting new section 271A, is out of order as being contrary to the principles and objects of the bill. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 272 brackets 1 brackets A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 4, replacing new section 272 brackets 1 brackets B, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Ayes 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Question is that Murray Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 272 brackets 2, inserting paragraph G, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Tiano Tuiono's tabled amendment to clause 4 to insert new section 272 brackets 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 4, inserting new section 272 brackets 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk. Good save.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 273 brackets A is out of order as being not in the correct form of legislation. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 4 to replace new section 273 brackets B is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Land Farms tabled amendment to clause 4 to delete new section 273 bracket C is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Marumino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 4 inserting new section 274A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Marumino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 5 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 5 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that part 1 stands part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Marumino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to part 2, which is the debate on clauses 6 and 7, consequential amendment to the Resource Management Act 1991. The question is that part 2 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Miller Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course we'll all note that part 2 is a more minor section of the bill compared to the sort of more substantive part in part 1 that we discussed. But I do have 2 distinct questions around the operation of this part of the bill. This specifically relates to the Resource Management Act. So I wanted to first ask a question of the Minister in relation to the operation of this part. I have looked at the Resource Management Act and seen the section to which Clause 7 relates, inserting new Clause 4, and it appears to me to be just adding in that the content of the Resource Management Act would not impact on this particular bill. So I wanted to ask if he can comment on the operation of that and if that is in fact correct. Second question I have is in relation to the current bills before the House at the moment in relation to the repeal of the Resource Management Act. The Minister will be aware that his government is progressing with 2 bills in order to repeal the Resource Management Act, which in fact I note the current government brought back in at the beginning of this term, and so once again at the end of a parliamentary term we are looking at repeal of that particular bill, which is the subject of part 2. That raises some practical questions in relation to this bill. I know that the government's purpose and intention for this bill is to, from what I can see on the order paper, pass this bill either today or shortly thereafter on the next sitting day, and depending on where we get to today, which considering we don't have that much more to go, may be later this afternoon. And the intention, as I'm aware, in relation to the 2 bills that are replacing the Resource Management Act are also that they be passed before the election, meaning that almost as soon as this bill is passed, it may need to be amended because it makes a change to the Resource Management Act. Now, I guess there's one of 2 options in relation to that, and it would be great if the Minister could clarify. Either this bill, these particular provisions, once the repeal of the Resource Management Act occurs, sit ineffective. And so essentially what we're discussing in part 2 is something that may be in force for a few weeks, and it just sits there on the statute book. So that's option 1. Option 2 would be, will there be a late amendment to, and colleagues may be able to assist me with the names of the spatial, is it the planning bill and the natural environments bill, will there be a subsequent amendment at this late stage to both those or one of those bills that will be brought to the House, considering this bill is likely to be in place before the committee stage, which we haven't got to, have we yet? That's right. So we're at second reading for them. So I think that's a fair question, because I think that would perhaps be we don't agree with this bill, but we also don't want to have lots of inept provisions sitting on the statute book, and also the fact that it, essentially could be put into the Resource Management Act repeal bills anyway. I think it's a fair question on how that's going to be addressed by the government in terms of just the late stage in which this bill has been brought to the House.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm reliably informed to give the member some guidance to her questions that the amendment to the RMA is included because the Resource Management Act is still in force. New section 23.4 avoids any doubt that the rest of section 23 of the RMA could operate to prevent the statutory bar from applying. Officials, to follow up on her second part, officials are aware of this and will work to determine whether any amendment to those bills, i.e. the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill, whether any amendment to those two is needed.
Aaron Williams.
Just a quick question for the Minister around Clause 7 of his Part 2. I want to ask him, in Part 8 of the Climate Change Response Act, the limitation on tort liability there is in some ways a lot more defined than what he has done in this Amendment Act. Basically, the policy decision going on here was that a large part of tort law in New Zealand is about, say, neighbours who have, say, flooding on one property that affects the property of the other neighbour. And the policy decision in the Climate Change Response Act reflects that there is no limitation to bringing tortious claims against a neighbour for flooding impacts. However, the amendment is a bit broader than that, that if your neighbour has done something which is either negligent or nuisance, which has caused damage to your property which is related to climate change, the amendment is much blunter. So I'm asking him whether it's the limitation that's created by his... I understand that he's said here very clearly that it doesn't limit Part 8, but does it also then expand it? Because the Climate Change Response Act, if you read it alongside what the Minister has proposed here, and his sort of broader brush limitation, where it could apply to sort of any flooding situation, that will effectively act as a bar against any tortious claim. So my question is really in simple language, how does this amendment interact with the Climate Change Act, and does it expand the meaning in Part 8?
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think follow on from the previous speaker, Alana Williams, this is quite important because what we're seeing in this particular part of the RMA, the Resource Management Act, is around certain limitations and exemptions. And I just want to check, by this bill, and particularly this part around tort liability, not limiting, well, actually, the Resource Management Act not limiting any sort of the considerations under this bill, it raises the question of how then would anything that potentially has anything that has the potential to cause harm, let's say if you're looking at what we considered before in terms of meaning of emission-related climate change effect, would then come into conflict with the core purpose under Section 5 of the Resource Management Act. So would that mean that you get to a situation, particularly when it comes to civil litigation, where anyone, in the examples that Alan Williams just mentioned in terms of even something as simple as neighbor disputes, or even when it comes to consent for certain building projects, that if anything anyone could claim is related to anything that we see here previously considered as emission-related climate change effect, then it cannot be considered under the court of law because, or particularly when you're looking at the Resource Management Act, because of the fact that there's this incredible carve-out which is incredibly broad. So, a lot of the examples that has been suggested, we just really want to know what is the limitations, what is the scope for someone to be able to use this bill now as a potential form of exemption and defense in civil litigation, particularly when it comes to any form of nuisance or negligence with relating to the Resource Management Act. And presumably, like what Camilla Bellich also mentioned before, that there will be some sort of, presumably, an update in either the Natural Environment Bill or the Planning Bill that will also consider similar exception clauses. So yes, it will be really good to hear some of the scope that we're looking at here when it comes to the carve-out. Madam Chair.
Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, to answer the members' questions. Clause 7 does not expand Part 8. The bar is on emissions-related climate change harm. Clause 7, I'm reliably informed, is simply for the avoidance of doubt. It does not impact other types of claims.
Camilla Bellich.
Just a really quick question, following on from my earlier question. The Minister said that officials would take advice on whether an amendment needs to be made. It kind of beggars belief that this hasn't been considered earlier. So can the Minister not give us more accurate information on whether we're being asked to support a law that will be in place for indefinitely, or whether this will be repealed by that bill? Surely there has been planning done by the various highly skilled officials on this bill to create either an amendment that will be tabled in the House or that this will simply be left in place. I mean, this is by design that these two bills have come to the House at the same time, and it would be good, and I think right, for if there is any more information for the Minister to be able to give a more specific answer rather than this will be, looked at as appropriate.
Aruna Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just following on from the Minister's helpful answer, I think that's right, but just testing with him. So the more blunt formulation of the tortious bar in his amendments doesn't apply, I think he's said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, to other sorts of claims. And to give him an example of this, so if my neighbour drives their truck through the pipes on their property and causes those pipes not to be busted and to not take water away from their property in the usual way to the council's pipes, but floods onto my property, under the Climate Change Response Act, there's no tortious bar, but under his amendment, there might be, and he's saying that I can still bring a claim under the normal, sort of negligence tort, which I think he's right about. So, that clarifies. So does Mr. Smith still have a claim in relation to the harm that is caused by neighbouring properties. That say if Fonterra was to have a Fonterra farm that was next to his farm, would the neighbouring farm still be something that he could have an actionable harm against? And I guess the question is really, has he made a policy decision where in his amendment the problem that he's trying to solve is proof, whereby Mr Smith might not be able to prove that climate change generally is caused by Fonterra, but if he can prove that flooding is caused by his neighbour, Fonterra, then a tortious claim is still open to him on those second grounds.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Cameron Brewer.
I think I point the member back to the legislative statement that was read by the Honourable Paul Goldsmith. The bar will not affect traditional tort liability that has already been established under common law, such as nuisance claims in respect of odours or residue, for example, on neighbouring property.
Dr Vanessa Wienink.
This question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour. Against. 34 votes against.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Marumiro Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's tabled amendment to the schedule replacing clause 52.
You still have to vote on the part, standing part, because you've
I
voted
see.
on the closure only, so you have to say that vote.
Sorry, my apologies. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote. Thanks.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 opposed.
Marumiro Kapakingi.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The schedule. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's tabled amendment to the schedule replacing clause 52 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Aye. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 in favour.
Marumiro Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to the schedule replacing clause 52 brackets C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marumiro Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to the schedule replacing clause 52 brackets D be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Murray Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to the schedule, deleting clause 53, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Celia Wade-Brown's tabled amendment to the schedule, deleting clause 53, is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Murray Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to the schedule, replacing clause 54, is out of order as being contrary to the principles and objects of the bill. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to the schedule, replacing clause 54, allowing compensation at the clearing price of New Zealand units, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Noes have it. Aye. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to the schedule, replacing clause 54, allowing compensation at the social cost of carbon, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to clauses 1 and 2, the title and commencement.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have some suggestions around title and commencement, and I think sometimes there is a tendency to gloss over the importance of these sections, but I do think it is important for clarity to have a title which truly represents the nature of the bill. And so I've got some suggestions of possible amendments that the Minister may want to take up that I think would increase the clarity of what the bill actually does. And these are not, I think sometimes amendments are struck out because they are not a serious attempt to change the bill, and what I want to suggest today is not something that I think would fall within those categories. So the first suggestion I have in relation to clause 1 is that the title be changed to the Climate Change Response bracket, and this is the insertion, Prevention of Tort Liability, close bracket, Amendment Act. And the reason I suggest that is because if you were to read the title of that act, you would, I think the natural response would be to think that there would be tort liability for climate change. And that is, in fact, the opposite of what is happening in this case. So I think that just simply adding prevention of tort liability, prevention of those two words inside the brackets would mean that anyone who is going through the statute book would clearly see the purpose of the Act, and I think it is, in that sense, not a title that is suggested in jest or to make fun of this particular bill, but in fact a reflection of what the bill actually does. So that's my first suggestion that the Minister may want to take into account, and I'm happy to provide a written amendment along those lines as well. The second suggestion that I would have in relation to title is really to acknowledge the fact that not only is this a prevention of tort liability, but it is the extinguishment of a series of pieces of litigation that are currently ongoing. And as we've discussed in this committee stage, that is a novel and unusual to have a existing existing legislation be extinguished. So that's not in dispute, but what is the fact that that's not represented in the title. So a further suggestion for much greater clarity, I think, would be to change the title to, and I'm going to incorporate my previous suggestion because I think that's still relevant, the Act be called, the bill, which will be the Act once it's passed, is the Climate Change Response brackets Prevention of Tort Liability and Extinguishment of Smith Small v Vonterra Cooperative Group Limited litigation, close bracket. So that would be my suggestion as to the a more accurate description of the bill. Now I have had suggestions that, and I believe there are some tabled amendments around the title which might talk specifically about Mike Smith. My preferred, and I think that's a serious, I think that amending the title in that way is two options, one more expansive and one more limited, serious options that could be considered that would truly reflect the nature of this bill. Now, I do have a further point on title, and I do just want to indicate to the Chair that I've got some, I would like to make a contribution on commencement. I haven't got to that yet. But my final point on title is that this bill amends the Climate Change Response Act, and I've had a look at the Climate Change Response Act, and I've had a look at the purpose of it, and I don't think my question in relation to purpose was addressed previously when I asked the Minister about it, but I do think that it is worth the Minister addressing the House in relation to the purpose in Section 3 of this bill of the Climate Change Response Act, and whether that, in fact, the entire Act, which is encompassed by its title, is consistent with the purposes of that particular bill. And so I think that question, can be related to the title. It's left outstanding. I would appreciate an answer from the Minister, and just to note that there are comments I'd like to make on commencement.
Madam Chair. Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make some suggestions on the title as well. One thing that we discovered through our interrogation of the Minister during the Committee of the Whole is the clear elucidation, as it happened by James Meagher when he was filling the chair, of the fact that the emissions trading scheme, which is the current regime purported to be dealing with our climate change challenges, exempts agricultural emissions, which is to say the assertion of the bill that there are the government doesn't want parallel regimes is nonsensical insofar as there is no regime for methane and nitrous oxide, biogenic methane and nitrous oxide. So already they have no liability upon them. Now, another thing we discovered in the course of the passage of this legislation is the direct efforts made by one of those parties who are liable to the Smith versus Fonterra in this instance, but also Z Energy, direct efforts by them to ask the government to intervene to stop the procession of this court case. So it's very clear to us, because it's the extinguishment of the right of Mike Smith, that the beneficiary of that extinguishment is Fonterra et al. Fonterra and the other 5 of New Zealand's biggest polluters, our dirtiest companies, who are in the Smith-Fonterra case. So I think it would be a reasonable title that clarifies what the actual effect of this legislation is, to change the title of the bill to the Climate Change Response Fonterra Citizen Rights Extinguishment Act, because that clarifies for whom the act has been passed, Fonterra, and to whom the act is having a negative effect, i.e. not just Mike Smith, but all citizens of New Zealand, because in fact the act extinguishes the option of tort pathways to us addressing the harm caused by climate change, not just Mike Smith's pathway, but the pathway of every New Zealand citizen. And a final note on that, Madam Chair, I think it is interesting that this government that has recently stated that it wants businesses to behave more like adults, that here is an exquisite instance of the biggest, most powerful and dirtiest businesses in our country coming cap in hand to the government and pleading with the government that they intervene in a court case.
Come back to the title
to protect them.
Please,
this
Mr.
is
Abel.
exactly about the title. They intervene to protect them from that case because they are afraid that they cannot beat Mr. Smith in court fair and square. And that's why I propose that it be the Fonterra Citizen Rights Extinguishment Bill, because it is Fonterra who are the beneficiaries, and they are the ones pleading with the government to please protect us from Mr. Mike Smith, because we don't reckon we can win this court case. That is a very problematic intervention in the constitutional principle of the separation of powers, but it is an intervention with very specific beneficiaries, Fonterra and the other 5 companies, and very specific losers, shall we say, i.e. all New Zealand citizens. So, I'd invite the Chair to, seek the Minister's response, Madam Chair, to my proposal that it be the Climate Change Response Fonterra Citizen Rights Extinguishment Act 2026. Thank you.
Look, I have to report progress. So I'm sorry, we just couldn't quite fit them all in.
The House is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered Te Here Anuku Nelson Tent's bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also considered the Climate Change Response Tort Liability Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. The committee has also considered the Oranga Tamariki Responding to Serious Youth Offending Amendment Bill and reports that it has made no progress on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Te Herea Nuku Nelson Tents Bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. The Climate Change Response Tort Liability Amendment Bill and the Oranga Tamariki Responding to Serious Youth Offending Amendment Bill are set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today. Thank you.